We're back. It's been too long. It's good to see you, man. Hope you've been doing well. It's Do you have to sell the bear hoodie? No, I still got it. I was gonna rock it. It'll be tomorrow. I'll rock it. I was thinking about like just ceremonial and it'd come back, but it is hot as hell in my apartment right now, so I had to abstain. But how you doing, man? God, it's good to be back. I do to keep a long story short, to kind of quell a mystery, I had to hang up streaming for a bit because we had to crunch for like months. We had to finish essentially a lot of elements of our game that was like part of our publishing contract that we wanted to do it right, and it felt sort of irresponsible for me to like try to balance too, because I'd like neglect you guys or neglect the game. But we got through it. We just got the nod. Basically on Monday, and so we're back. A lot of things have changed throughout the game, I'll have to say, but it doesn't really matter. I'm just here to chill, and develop again. So I appreciate it, man. But I've been popping in from time to time. I've seen what's up. They couldn't neglect all you guys. But yeah, now back on the regular, every day. We're just back. Hopefully never really gonna have to take that kind of break again, because it was essentially like almost half a year. It was like since August. Yeah, I think it was just somewhat poor planning on my part, in terms of just underestimating kind of certain things. It was also like the way that we had went about kind of developing that game to some extent. All right decisions in hindsight, but we had to really lock in. But yeah, so that's just gonna be more vibes, a lot of refactoring, a lot of good fun things. So all right, let's get into it. Yeah, facts. Yeah, it didn't help that we like expanded scope. Scope is always a killer, right? And in our case, it was no exception. But I'm kind of glad we kind of went about things the way that we did, both in like expanding scope initially, and then making sure that we still covered the basics, and or like what we actually needed to make, and because it was an important challenge, and I think we got through it, and I think our game's gonna come out essentially now in February, most likely, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. So now it's just between now and then we get to make like a lot of qualitative improvements and stuff like that, just little things, and then it's on week to week updates and all that kind of stuff. So it's chilling. All right, let's see. Let us see here. Okay, so handle prop registered. So that flow is still fine if we think about it. Still do the same process. Just need to handle the unparenting. Okay, let's see. I appreciate it, man. And hey, thanks for stopping by. Honestly, like, it's so good to see you. I'm like already feeling good about it. You didn't have to. It's so kind. Yeah, man, appreciate the lurk. Just hang out. I'm hopefully we're gonna be hanging out a lot more from now on. So I'm stoked to be back. Thanks, man. I'll catch you later. All right. What's up, bro, Max? We're back. It's good to see you, dude. It has been too long. But what's good? What's good? I hope you've been good. I hope you've been chilling. Got a lot to catch up on. Long story short, keep a mystery, not a mystery. We had to take a quite longer than I would have rather liked break from streaming because we had to crunch a shitload. And well, we kind of had crunch. We wanted to make sure we were, doing right by our publisher and like delivering the kind of game that we had also in many ways like pitched. and we had added all these extra features to it, over the past year, but we still needed to make sure that we like landed the original vision. So it's a lot of like just having to lock the fuck in, and I felt like it was like either I was gonna neglect this and I was gonna be like lame as fuck, and not gonna really be able to like answer questions or do anything because I was just gonna be like zeroed in on it. Like even some of my streams in August were just like me cut off like here. And or I was gonna neglect the fuck out of that. And it just ended up being basically from August to January, December, and we just got the nod that everything was okay a couple days ago. And so now, between now and launching the game, which is almost in February now, pretty much, we can just make like cool improvements, and then once the game's out, it's updating it and all that shit, and it's all a new thing, so I can get back to those. But I learned a lot from that. I would never really want to take a break from that again, as it was sort of like I either wouldn't stream or I wouldn't really want to do like half and half, so yeah, but we're back consistently, because I like doing it. I think it's a vibe, so, but I hope you've been doing well. Hope school's going good. Yeah, the whole nine. Yeah, I'm not. I do not. I don't blame you, because I did just sort of drop off a cliff, because it was in August. Like pretty much my streams, like they went from like me being very active to me being very like quiet for essentially a month, and then I was like, fuck. It was kind of one of those things where initially I was like, it'll only be for like a week or a month, and then at a certain point I was like, it's better for me to just finish this, and as opposed to come back in, like dip a toe, and then have to like kind of be like lame, but it was a bummer, dude. I got really like low. It's like because I really missed doing it. I felt like there were all these people that I'd made like this cool connection with, and I was worried about losing that. It's kind of weird, even though it's like a real small thing we got going here. It was a vibe, and I had missed that, So yeah, I don't know, but I'm glad to be back, and I'm glad you guys hopped in like immediately too. That's like that means a lot. I really appreciate it. It's not like starting from scratch. Can't have my boys, Okay. What are we doing? New place. Yeah. Hold on. Peep the vibes. New spot. Oh fuck yeah. Let me flip my boy on here. Yeah. The vibes. I got a lot more space. When I was in my last place, it was like essentially I was on like a 3/4, right? You remember that. And it was because like my bed was like here, and I didn't want to show that whole thing, so I was like angled off, and I was like smushed against my shit. It was it was wild. I had my laundry in the back too. It was not a good look. But no, we fucking upgraded. It's a work in progress. I have a feeling the fact that the shelf is off center is gonna piss a lot of people off. I think they're gonna probably want that thing in the middle. But This wall, definitely gonna want to put something on it, like, you know, some sort of light or something cool, or like a painting. I have like a space, bunch of space there that obviously is off stream, but it's like pretty chill. No, I appreciate it, man. I really do. It's much more of like a stream setup, you know, like a real stream vibe. So I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm stoked. Yeah. So yeah, now we're gonna have a little bit more of a cozy vibe here. I mean, I think we did okay with the last one. Like we could have been worse, you know. But I like being able to like sort of, you know, pull back a little more, you know, like have a little more space, a little more room to breathe. I do like the camera being set up instead of between my two monitors, is like more above. I think it's just like a nicer vibe. I was thinking of putting even like a fisheye lens on and stuff like that, but you know, for now, I like the vibe we got going. So yeah. But yeah. So fucking vibes, man. Still keeping some, you know, similar things. Like I still got the blue. I still like the blue and the contrast, you know. This light is more, it's slightly colder than it was originally. So like the color that I would go with often was let me see. Again. It was that one, which now just looks like orange. You know, it just doesn't really look good. So we're going just straight up, you know. But yeah, vibes. I like it too because it doesn't have any windows. So like my apartment, I'm sitting in this like loft that's sort of above the whole place now, and so there's no windows. Yes, I do. I can throw it on. But yeah, I still got it. I still got this. I still got my hoodie and everything. Like it's just hot as fuck in my apartment right now, so I had to come on a little more colorful. But yeah, I got the whole 9. Don't worry, nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. Except maybe my hair. It's kind of, my hair is long. But yeah. So vibes. All right. Yeah. But yeah, because this place has no windows, at least like the loft, it's like you got the whole thing going on. It looks good. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, it's like it's a cool vibe. Like I'm so happy with the place that we ended up getting. The move was crazy though. I basically moved during the middle of a hurricane, which was not fun. Not fun at all. Got too small of a truck, had to make multiple trips. It was a nightmare, but we got through it. All right, let's see. Let me hold on. Let me show you some shit. I appreciate it, boss. Thanks for stopping by, man. Like, I really do appreciate like hanging out, man. Dude, facts. Nothing has changed. It is all coming back. It is all coming back. That and more. Especially because I finally bit the bullet and had to update to Windows 11. So Paint is now like much, you know, it's got vibes. Work and wait. Hold on. Let me pull something up. You'll like this. Hold on. Let's see. What the fuck is it? I'm being retarded. Dude, I was so close to doing it, but it's now that it's all the security updates. Like, I just don't feel good about it anymore. Otherwise, dude, I would. What I basically did is I installed Windows 11, but then I installed the file manager that makes everything look like Windows 10 again. So the interface, like my taskbar and shit, is all Windows 10 again. And yeah, so it's like I've gotten at least a little bit of my my shit back. God damn it, where is it? I'm being stupido. Well, feeling that. Chris Titus to tell a compiler you say. That's the thing. I don't even like I saw some shit about how like this shit, like the start page this is now like a React native like app, which is crazy. Like we have like React on fucking an OS, but that could just be cat. That could be me like
Oh yeah, we go cussing, right? Because you know.
Yeah, it could be just me. That could be me capping. But hold on.
Oh yeah, we go cussing.
This is
right?
I'll just. It's actually funnier because I
No,
just
guys.
censored it out.
Yeah.
I just said something. It's funnier.
All right. Please stop.
This is footage from the recent, like, I think this is from like, fuck, when is it from? August? Like, or yeah, like the end of August, September. The game's coming together.
Oh. Yo, leave my car alone. Who is shooting me?
Yeah, no, we're having fun. Oh god, it's like fucking up my ears. But yeah, we got a fucking game. We've been having play tests and stuff all summer, and then in the winter, and then we did all this like publishing work, and no, it's a vibe, bro. We published a game on like Christmas, which was lit. It was a different one. Yeah, dude, it was yeah, it's very much like that. Thank you, I appreciate it. That's the goal. It's like we're supposed to be just vibing out type shit. Yeah, dude, I'm stoked. You know, it's coming out like really soon, and I think it's gonna be fun. Like, I think we've had some like really fun play tests, and I think we're only gonna make the game better, especially in like some of the improvements that we're making essentially between now and launch, and then post-launch and all that kind of stuff. I think it's gonna be like a really fun like sandbox. Sandbox games are so fun, but like totally unrelated. Yeah, BeamNG with friends, dude. It's like that's exactly the point. Like a lot with this game, you know, when we talked about like expanding scope, you know, we started out with like a casual competitive game, and we're like, okay, we want to like give a larger basis for what the game could be, and so that larger basis is essentially like, you know, it's a sandbox, right? It's kind of essentially like mixing Gary's Mod, BeamNG, and like Halo Forge mode, sort of somewhat together, but in like a very casual setting, much more like arcadey type controls. So like we do have physics, but because of the nature of the device, we also have to like it's like our own kind of physics, right? It's got to be heavily optimized and in many ways like not as deep as like the soft body physics you see in like BeamNG, or like even the you know, like the source engine physics, you know, that are legendary, right? So it's more like we're making it, but we're still allowing people to make like all these games within games, right? Like we're giving you all these different props that you can put on these vehicles and put in the world, and then you can strap a rocket to your vehicle and then like throw a balloon on it to make it float, and then like play car soccer with your friends, you know, and like blow each other up, you know, that type of shit. And I feel really good about it. I feel really good about it as like a viable strategy for VR. I just looking at like the kind of the current landscape, and what players sort of like to do on a day-to-day basis, like what they like, you know, as far as their behavior. No, I'm stoked. I think you know, will be a game that, you know, is worth playing and people want to show up for. And that's really all I want at the end of the day, you know. Like I want people to kind of have like these fun memories, you know, like at even if they stop playing the game at some point in their lives, like if they can like have a conversation with their friends, just being like, oh yo, you remember that one time we played Get Set Go? That was fun. You know, it's cool. So I'm stoked. Okay. All right, I'm kind of interested in just getting rid of all this. Yeah. All right, fuck it. Chris is chilling, man. He's been very busy. So while we've kind of been handling a lot of this contract work, he's been doing a lot of work on like publishing and working like with other developers and hold on. Yes, let me show you. Here it is. So we published this game in December. It has a really cool story. Essentially, this guy who we met at GDC, it's a conference, had this game that it was in one of the cool sections of the studio where it was literally, you had this barcode scanner that it would like print out real receipts, and then you have to like scan the receipts and scan the screen. And that was really cool. And so we were like, oh, this is lit. You know, we would love to make like a VR port with you. And so he started working on a VR port, and he did an incredible job. It was all him. And he so it just came out, and so we're just about to like blow it up with a bunch of influencers and yeah, dude, I'm stoked. It's a really fun game. Like it's very much like Overcooked, Supermarket Simulator, where it's like you're just trying to sort of like hold on. You know, you got these orders that you have to fulfill, and you got stuff whizzing by, you got to scan all this stuff. But it's also kind of got a bit of a Fruit Ninja vibe, because if you can really get into the zone, it starts to get, you know, pretty sick. So yeah, dude, I'm stoked. Here's my obligatory developer review. Yo, it's super fun. Yeah, dude, this guy's awesome. His name's Zen, and he's an awesome guy. Also just incredibly talented and works really hard. He does this entirely by himself. It was sick. So he's been working on that. We came up with potentially game 2. So like what would be our next game? We had a guy on the team, KT, working on that. So he was working on that with him. He's got some other deals for publishing. And yeah, just business. You know, we as a studio, you know, we really need and want Get Set Go to do well. You know, if we can have like this game be a game that we can lean on and support for a number of years, it would just be so cool. You know, I think it would allow us to be, you know, to have the flexibility to make the kind of games that we want to make. And I think a lot of what VR is about right now and augmented reality is about making waves, essentially. And so I kind of want to be here to do that, you know? So he's been just working really hard on that, but he's doing great. He's doing good. He definitely, like, he's the best way to like to describe Chris is patient. With my bullshit, all of our bullshit, he is very patient, and just a great guy overall. Okay. Okay. Might as well just start rebuilding attachment point now. All right. Why do I need to find... Ah. Man. Dependency injection would be a lot better there. Wait. I don't actually think I need these, do I? Huh! Let's fucking go. I don't need them. I don't need on trigger enter, so my attempt attach. You know, all this, it's essentially just going to be a flag from here on. So I kind of don't need any of this. All right. Yeah, right. It's probably been a minute, right? Um, Alright, so I'm gonna remove all this ish. Yes. Alright, so I'm not gonna lie, man, I love fucking C#. I fuck with that. And everybody loves not memory safe languages, right? We love C. That's fire though, dude. Hell yeah. I haven't really done shit with Ruby, and very, 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 very little with actually C proper. That's because I'm not actually that fucking good of a programmer, but also that yeah, I mean, like it's I know enough from sort of peripherally about what I C, I think, is a great language to learn like a lot of the foundational stuff, right? Because it's you have to allocate memory safely, and you get to kind of learn about a language that doesn't pick up after you, or like when computers don't sort of clean up your messes, right? C#, you have all this luxury of garbage removal, garbage collecting, I should say, and you forget, like, it's so easy to forget what actually is going on, right? Like for me, if I do, like, let's see, all right, so I declare these ints, right? And they exist in the context of this enumerator, and once this enumerator is finished executing, in theory, like, those ints are like collected, like the garbage collector just comes in and just takes them away. But that's not if I was working in C, like I would just be stacking memory, like it'd be fucked up, I'd have to deal with that. Yeah, allocate, then unallocate. It's like you forget how convenient that is, and you would only respect that if you had to work in C. Yeah, it's and it's the same way about like working with a language that doesn't have type safety, right? Like, so errors aren't caught at compile time, they're caught dynamically, which is like incredibly annoying. All right, but it's important, like, in order to respect type safety, it's you kind of just need to experience it, and I haven't really experienced a world without it in any meaningful way. But I kind of understand. I can somewhat understand just trying to, think about it. But I know that it would be, it would just be a totally different experience if you actually could see it for yourself, so to speak. So it's dope, man. Okay. So right now, if you're wondering, we're essentially in the middle of like kind of a reworks, refactors, and so it's been a lot of like cleaning up stuff, cleaning up unnecessary stuff, renaming certain things, and that's always fun. Luckily, I got the pretty easy task. But I already fucked it up. I accidentally wiped a bunch of data. So in C#, especially in the context of Unity, you get these, you could serialize things. So if you declare anything public, it's serialized by default. But if you have like, if you do like a serialize field, basically, it gets serialized. And that allows you to like edit the values in the editor and stuff like that. Essentially, how you save it for things like scriptable objects. But so we have these scriptable objects that are essentially, so if I go to, you're not really going to be able to see it, but if I go to this thing called NP alarm light, which is like one of the props in the game, it's an alarm light. It's got all the data about it, right? But these fields have all been wiped, and it's because I changed the underlying like names. So I changed it from prop ID or it was part ID, and now it's prop ID. But what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to do formally serialized as part ID, and that allows it to switch over so that it saves itself again the right way, but you don't lose any of the underlying data. I forgot to do that. And so I'm going to have to go in and put all this shit back in, which sucks. But it's it's all good. It fucking happens. And in some ways it's a good refresher. I'm coping a little bit, but not that much. So like, essentially for all of these, we have some automated tools for setting like the IDs and stuff, but as far as like names, the type, the prefabs, nope. I gotta go in and do that one at a time. And it's funny too, because I had this whole serializer that allowed me to like save things to a JSON. Just in the event that I did this, I forgot to save it before I started switching shit, because I'm an idiot. All right, hold on. What am I doing? Okay. Okay. Fuck. Alright, whatever. Oh, word? Higher, lower. Well, send the fucking link, my guy. Alright, let me fucking... I don't need this. Alright, now I can fucking have attachment point. Okay, hold on, give me a sec, I'll jump into that. Now I can fucking... Christ, man. Alright, fucking. Oh, fuck. Alright, not bad. Not bad, slime. There we go. Gorgeous. I don't really give a fuck about that. Alright, let's have a look. Alright, so Super Scrandle is the best mode. She has to choose the one that looks like most people. Oh, okay, I get it. Right. Fuck, dude. This is a problem. My bias is gonna take over. I would definitely be over here, but it's gonna be over here. And so I assume I click the, is this like likelihood? Oh, 40%, 60%. I'd say 60. Yeah, I'm fire. I'm gas. Definitely left. I would go 60. Definitely right, 60. Interesting. Definitely the left. All is an option. I'm going at least 60 here. Yeah. Okay. All right. This is getting interesting. I'm probably going right because I don't think you can really figure out what that is. Going at least. Really? Really? Oh. That was just okay. It's not like they're not seeing these images exactly as they are. Okay, I'm getting it. Yeah, probably. Oh fuck, I should have said all. But all right. Oh, so I can't bet 60 anymore. Okay, I'm starting to get it. Yeah. Honestly, I'd be disappointed if people are eating. I mean, this is just straightforward. You know, this is more of like a risk, you know, but this definitely looks better. I'm going 40. All right, I should have got 90. Why did the percentages, they don't add up to anything? This looks like a mushroom, which is crazy work. So I'm going at probably 40 here. All right, fire. So nachos versus loaded fries, basically. These nachos look dry as fuck, and I'm a nacho connoisseur. I'm telling you, I know my fucking nachos. So yeah. A prime, like a literal bottle of prime. Fuck it, just because I think people hate prime. Okay. Fuck, man. These look fire. This looks fire. But I know what that tastes like, and that's not like a barbecue-y taste. It's like a gravy kind of taste. I guess what I'm saying, it's probably not, to your point, it's not like they see I thought it was they see these two images and they pick. It's how likely it's yes or no on each of these. It's just what percentage of people say yes or no. So I'm comfortable saying over 50% of people say yes to this. But is it more than this? I don't know. Yo, bro, I'm your fake. Facts. Welcome to the chat. All right. I'm thinking because this has just got more, it's got more items. I think this is like drunk food. I think more people are going to go for this. Fuck! I should have trusted my gut. Okay, well, more people did go for that, but I didn't get the right answer. This is 20% this, 100%. Yeah. Okay. Wait, but all right. Now I'm so confused because I got the last one right, but it was less. I don't understand. All right, let's just go all in. 100%. I would just go all in every time, to be honest. Honestly, yep. There's no way. All right. All right, let's try it again. Oh wait, that's it. That's all I can do. Can't even play anymore. All right, let's see what I get. Let's just see. Yeah, the daily one is just yes or no, right? It's this one or this one. It's definitely left. Ooh, dude, brisket. Okay, here's the problem. This is English food. I know it because this is scran is a British British slang, and I know it very well. So I know that there's going to be a heavy bias here, like basically a fucking meat pie and peas. Like, people fuck with that heavy over there. Versus this is essentially barbecue. I guess this is so. I'm almost just knowing the audience. I feel like it's going to be over here. But I don't want to, like, that to me is a bias because my eyes would say this. But fuck it. Dude, I'm him. I'm him. Okay, now I know the audience. 100%. It's because it's got the beer. Fish and chips all the way. Yep. This is a tough one, honestly. Because this, again, very British. Very, very, very British. Mushy peas with fucking fish and chips on a roll. On a roll. This looks gas. Like, my head is seeing the chimichurri, the fucking, like, steak on shit. Like, I'm all the way there for that. But I just have a feeling. I have a feeling this is gonna win out. The mushy peas, though, it's hit or miss. It's hit or miss. And I think my head, my heart's telling me this. My head is telling me this. Don't doubt yourself. If this is English gastronomy, I'm going left. Fuck! I should have trusted my heart. These people aren't retarded. Yo, this Seattle Mariners hot dog, I'm from Seattle, gas. I'm doing that off of principle. Gas. That was just heart for me. Onigiri, the people don't even know, so. Definitely right. All right. I could have done it. That's upsetting. All right, give me. I'll do one more. Here we go. Let's go for 100. Yeah, left. I'm just going off of gut instinct here. That looks horrific. Fuck. All right. Ooh, good garlic bread. Good garlic bread. I'm there. Oh, dude, a burnt buddy. A burnt butty. Honestly, I think this might win out. I really do. Fuck. All right. I should have been sensitive to the burned. The Indian? Nope. All right, I'm really struggling with the audience here. Fuck. All right. One more. All right, here we go. Fuck, that's tough. Dude, this is tough. I'm going right. Fuck! I'm like second guessing myself now. Nobody really knows the bow. Like, they don't know what it tastes like, so fuck. Damn it. I guess low res images, you gotta immediately go against low res images. Or anything that looks extreme, you know? Like, that's not winning. This is a wild. I'm going left. Let's go. Just because I don't think people know what that is. Yeah. It's gotta be that. Yeah, it was literally an iMessage. All right. Last one for real. It's gonna be the right. Quality of the image. Okay, this is a good question. Mustard and pickles is a tough ask for a lot of people. And this image isn't that bad. I'm going right. Fuck. I gotta listen to my heart. All right, let me be beer. Oh, damn. All right, I'm gonna do one more, but I'm gonna do it entirely off of my taste. I'm not gonna try and anticipate people. I'm gonna do it entirely off of like what I would want to eat. All right, let me get through this. So just all right, here we go. Okay, just based off of these two. Loaded fries, regular fries. I don't really like those loaded fries. I'm going regular. I want that. I don't even know what's on this. Is that just a shitload of ketchup? I'm not having that, so. Probably that one. That one. Jesus Christ. Okay, we're back. My whole internet took a shit there. Which I have a feeling is going to become quite common. The New York internet just does not like you to stream. Okay. We're going left. Just the beer, though? Going left. The head on that was crazy. Probably right. All right, let me go straight with my gut here. I'm going right. Fuck, dude, I want the left. I feel like the right, actually. I want the left. Oh. What do I want? What do I want? I want the right. All right. I want I want the left. Picture is better. Right. That looks gas. This is tough. I'm going right. All right, 80% is my best. I feel that's where I top out. Dude, I know. Yeah, it does make you very hungry. Okay. Where were we? Okay, so yeah, should that be synced? Huh. 1 sec. I'll be right back. Oh, wait, no, I won't. Alright, 1 sec. I'll be right back. Oh, what's good, boss? Yeah, we're back. What's good, man? We are back. Back for real. Back for good. The whole nine. So, I'm stoked. Whew. How you been? Solid. Solid. No way, dude. Holy shit. That's a big goddamn deal. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm good, man. We had to, I had to take a big break from streaming because we had to crunch essentially for like a number of months, and it sucked because it was sort of like I realized that either I was gonna like kind of neglect the stream or neglect the work, and I don't want to necessarily be in that position again. I think we learned a lot to just not be in that position. But we got through it, and it was vibes. It was good times. It was good times. So it was it was good. It was good. All right. Do. But yeah, dude. It's coming along good. So games coming out in basically February now. So we have to sort out our exact launch date, but essentially February. And we got the nod from our developer or our publisher basically on Monday. That's why I'm back streaming. And so yeah, it's lit. It's just gonna be live support after it comes out and updates and all this other shit. And the stream's gonna change in a lot of ways and in a lot of cool ways. But I appreciate it. So yeah, between now and then, it's just we're doing some refactors, some cleaning some things up, some reworks, some improvements, I should just say. Yeah, but so it's good. We kind of got through a lot of the crunch. We got on the other side of it. Really proud of what the guys kind of accomplished and what we were all able to do. Yeah, so we're chilling. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. But dude, graduating to that's a huge deal, man. And I know that's like talk about a grind. That's a long grind, long term and a half. That's gotta feel good. I know it does sort of just feel like from one challenge to the next and all that kind of stuff. But it is like a mountain you definitely climb. That's a big deal. Fire. Facts, dude. You gotta get out, gotta see it, then just come right back. I had a lot of friends who did the same thing. One thing I regret is I think I underestimated what like a true gap year could be like from high school to college. I think at that age you always are worried about like being young, you know, or like a year below, or like being behind, and you kind of feel like you would. And I think in many ways you can kind of get ahead. And I think a lot of people get into the same feeling when it comes to like doing a bachelor's and a master's, because they feel like, oh no, I just gotta get to the master's, otherwise I'm gonna be behind because there's all these jobs that require a master's. But then you don't realize that you can like kind of get out and contribute. And I feel that but you know, in the same way, like it's you know, when you graduate from your bachelor's, there's this feeling that like, oh, I might as well, like I have to get the master's right now, or like, and you don't realize that you can actually just get experience that's equivalent to it, you know, that's and then or like equips you better for it. Yeah, so I always kind of, I don't know, feel like I underestimate that, you know. And so when I think about kind of higher education, especially now, I always sort of think about it through that lens of of like what it could, you know, what other thing could it, you know, could I fill this with? Okay. Yep, you can always go back. Yeah. Mostly reworks and refactors. So I've been cleaning some dead code up, and yeah, handling that and renaming some classes, and kind of preparing to expand one system, so just opening it up a little more. Then we got this code review in 2 hours that is going to include, like, we're merging a lot of stuff. We got it like essentially like a big 6-week period of work where we're going to try and get in some improvements that and this is kind of like the first stage of that. So it's we got to make sure we're on track. And so yeah, it's kind of it's all coming together in a way. But yeah, so pretty chill. You got any work you got going on today? Ignore my water. Shout out Stanley. Where is it? Yeah, hey, yo, research is fire. I think refactoring, and I think it's a lot like ripping a Band-Aid off in some ways. Like it's you know, that's where people tell you like what's a refactor, what's a rework, you know. But there's a realization that what you had done could have been done better. And then there's a question you ask yourself is like, am I comfortable with how it's currently done? Because it's like either not that big of a deal, it's not that big of a component, or it's not something like foundational or whatever, or do I feel like it needs to change? And that uncomfortable feeling is usually when you kind of realize, I think something fundamental about this has to change. And that's scary, because you kind of reach this point of stability and you're like knocking that out, essentially, so that your code could be like cleaner or more efficient in ways that you probably won't really notice, right? Because optimization is like a bunch of small bricks all stacked on top of each other, and each little brick only matters in relation to the whole. And so sometimes you're just doing things on principle. because it's like there's a better way to do it. There's a better way to manage it, and you're kind of like, I'll thank myself later. But it can be uncomfortable in the middle, you know. And so some refactors can sometimes be just super chill because you're just changing names, you know. Then a lot of IDs do that really for you, or you're like changing the organization of things, or you're splitting up things, or you're splitting up one class into like a number of classes. Yeah, exactly. But sometimes I feel like there's kind of an inverse correlation between how much it felt like work to get something to work and how good it actually is. Because I think in reality, when you're making something, especially in games, it's like you should be thinking about it a shitload at the beginning, and thinking about like the architecture of how you want to do it at the beginning. And because once you start getting going, it should feel somewhat comfortable. It should feel like if something's not working, it could be because you're fighting like a system, and you gotta like, you're fighting something systemic about like the engine, and you gotta figure out like a creative solution to that. And that could be challenging, and that could be a lot of work. But in a lot of things, it's like, if it feels like stressful, then there's something probably disorganized about it, right? So a lot of these systems should feel really comfortable to manage, if they're well, like architected. Yeah, and I feel like that is, I don't know, it's underrated, basically. It's underrated. And so I feel good like refactoring a lot now, because I felt like we spent the time on the front end, on not front end, but like the front end of the task, just like thinking about good architecture and creating real patterns to follow. We entertained it. There was one guy who's made a really popular VR game, and he built his own engine. And I mean, the main reasons why you would is because you're trying to do something that you feel like isn't really feasible in current engines, right? Like, I feel like generally the reasons to build your own engine have a lot to do with pretty fundamental systems like rendering, so like your graphics engine, or physics. It's like you have something that is crucial to your game that you feel like isn't really going to be handled well by like what's currently on offer. Case in point, like the Source engine was an incredible engine for physics. It was like incredibly optimized. So when they made Half-Life, they could have all these like objects that could be picked up and carried and jostle around and stuff. And they sort of built this around this physics, fundamentals. And so they had a really well optimized engine for physics interactions and graphics, but really majorly physics interactions, all the way back in the early 2000s. And also like the Fox engine has been getting a lot of press lately for how optimized it is for really stunning photorealistic visuals. So if you want like great photorealism at scale, like the Fox engine, which was what was used to make like Metal Gear Solid 5, that is like stunning, right? It's like this like awesome engine. And then I can't remember the engine they made Death Stranding with. What is it called? It's called it's the Decima engine. Yeah. So the Decima engine, DECIMA, is it's what's made for Death Stranding, and as well as Horizon Zero Dawn. So it's made for both of those. It wasn't developed by Kojima. It was developed by another company, and then I guess Kojima's kind of customized it. And that is because Decima, from my understanding, handles like very large scale terrains very well. So if you want to see like very far into the horizon with like not really many rendering artifacts or like necessary culling even going on, you can have these beautiful vistas, like a real solid sense of scale. And Death Stranding is like all about that. You know, it's essentially like that's the biggest feature. Same with like Horizon Zero Dawn, you know, but you know, it handles up close really well, but that's also kind of a given. In you know, and I think because it was somewhat extended by, I don't know, maybe it wasn't made. I think the Fox engine was entirely Kojima, but either way, the you know, and for a long time, games in AAA studios made their own engines because there wasn't really an industry standard engine on offer, for one, but also there was so many things were purpose built. You know, the hardware was so limited that you had to kind of focus your tools to the task at hand. So building your own engine for that purpose was natural. You know, nowadays, there's more standardized methodologies, and you know, you have Unity and Unreal and even Godot kind of coming in and competing to be these accessible engines. And you know, with that comes a certain level of comfort, right? So it becomes a certain level of you know, ease. But I think that the challenge was the challenge is now that with especially Unreal, there's like a lot of criticism about Unreal because a lot of games that use it look like it. So there's like this Unreal look and feel because a lot of developers are just taking what Unreal has to offer and not really offering anything else. Like, it's quite controversial because the game, you know, it was sort of universally loved. And hold on. But, you know, Expedition 33 is somewhat heavily criticized for just like looking and feeling very obviously Unreal, like UE5. Like, it just looks and feels very obviously like it was made, and like there's so much that's kind of like generically Unreal in it, which is kind of an unfair criticism because a lot of games have used Unreal. Like even Final Fantasy IV used Unreal, or Final Fantasy VII Remake used Unreal. So question, the game engine was just part of the game's identity as the game's content? Yeah, essentially. Like, all right, hold on. So if I pull up like an actual, let me pull up some fucking gameplay here. All right, yeah, come on, help me out here. So, like, the character controller and, like, just the fibrous, like, these hair fibers kind of are ripped out of... This is all, like, metahuman Unreal, from my understanding. Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, it's exactly like that. And people criticize the optimization heavily. Like, the guys at Thread Interactive, who I know are kind of controversial in their own right, but they criticized the optimization of this game heavily because it's just Unreal is like doing a lot of this like heavy lifting, and a lot of things in the background kind of get like lost. But like, look, it's like a dope game. Like, that's the thing. Like, we shouldn't like shit on it because there's real artistry here, and the fact that 33 people were able to make this fucking game should be celebrated. Right, yeah. like it should be celebrated. Like this game, it deserves to be as successful as it was. And even these cutscenes, you can they sort of feel unreal, you know? Like, like this game, like, yeah, it was made by a small group of people and they did a fucking incredible job, you know? Like, they should be, yeah, it's sort of a gatekeeping philosophy. But where the legitimate criticism is, though, is that in people not using proprietary engines or not like respecting a lot of the work that goes into it and just taking what like Unreal gives you. Like some people would argue, right? Some people would argue that this shit, like check the shadows on his forehead, is like unacceptable. Like that shimmering, that aliasing of those shadows, people would be like, that's unacceptable. Right? But that's just Unreal essentially like drawing like those shadows. Like I guarantee you the developers probably they didn't like want to have this happen, you know, but they were like kind of limited because Unreal is this black box of it just does shit sometimes. Like there's certain ways in which the engine like renders and that you kind of can't control. I mean, it is very programmable. You can modify it. And people have modified Unreal to a significant extent. But if you just take vanilla Unreal, it's hard to work with. But so if I were to go to like 7. All right. So all right. So Final Fantasy VII Remake also uses Unreal. But it's a heavily modified version of Unreal. So it's like, it's kind of Unreal, but it's like not Unreal anymore. This, like when Unreal first came out, it was less of an all-encompassing engine. And it was more of like a thing that you could modify. And so it was more common to do that. So it looks kind of, you know, Final Fantasy's always had its own sort of look, and people wouldn't really say that it like looks like Unreal necessarily. But anyway, yeah. So does Unity have that issue? The short answer is like yes. But not really. Unity, the majority of games that are made in Unity were stylized. They're like mobile games. They're small indies that whenever you stylize something, you essentially your art style becomes more of like the centerpiece. And often when you stylize things really heavily, you have to take control of things like shading, you know, like, so there's like styles, you know, that people know, like people know what toon shading is. People know what like, you know, just like a dithering, like a heavy emphasis on dithering and stuff like that. And there is sort of like the generic, like lit Unity look to some extent, but yeah, but, because you like those are more like simplified computer graphics in some sense, they require just like less, you know, complex calculations, or fewer in many ways, not necessarily, but in most ways. Like that control can be taken by the developer, right? They don't have to like write their own ray tracer. They can just like kind of write a cell shader that they want to write, and you can make things look different quite quickly. But if I were to go into Unreal and just like, especially their like photorealistic render pipeline, their HD render pipeline, and just be like, yeah, I'm gonna change the way that you draw shadows entirely. Like that's a big ask, you know. It's it takes a real advanced understanding of both Unreal's rendering and its, you know, and all its sort of constituent components. And most people use Unreal to get like a fast track to photorealism. That's like why a lot of people like to use Unreal. It's because you can get like to a level of photorealism that feels nice, you know, and the engine's doing a lot for you. And all these little like optimizations that they like to champion, things like Nanite, Lumen, it's all in the pursuit of this like plug and play photorealism. And you know, it's a very like attractive thing. But the challenge is that if you just use those things, your games will sort of look the same. Like they will all start to sort of resemble each other. And especially in photorealism, which is, you know, photorealism is a smaller box than non-photorealism because, you know, you're working within a certain framework, right? But you can absolutely have variance in photorealism, you know? Like Dark Souls looks incredibly different, or I should say like Elden Ring looks incredibly different than Call of Duty, even though they share elements of photorealism, right? They're still arguably stylized in both their own ways, but they have basically the proper term would be like BDSF or photorealistic rendering algorithms running in those games, and as opposed to like NPR, you know, being the stylized approach, you know, which just has much more breadth. Yeah, like so this is a UE5 game that's like coming out, you know, and like I think you really start to notice it when you sort of see the like third person controls and just the way like hair looks. I mean, it looks fucking great. Don't get me wrong. And these guys are working really hard, but like this kind of shot here, like that to me, just I know it's unreal. What's up, Donna? We're back. Long story short, but we are back. Had to take a long break because of a crunch, but we are through that, and I hopefully don't have to do that necessarily again, or I shouldn't put myself in that position. But it's good to be back. So yeah, it's like, you know, when we were thinking about our game, you know, we were thinking about, you just got to think about what you want to do. You know, Unity for us, you know, we had to think about a lot of the VR specific things we wanted to do. So what would be your advice to somebody who wants to avoid that UE trade-off? It depends. So let's assume you're making, I want to make a game that relies on photorealism, right? I want to make a game that has that at its core, right? There are a few systems in Unreal that you can, there's a couple of systems that you can address. Glad you're back. Thought you were going to keep on going without streaming the progress. Yes, I know, and it felt really shit because we had to crunch to get like a bunch of stuff done. But we're now at a point. The game's coming out basically in February, and we're doing like reworks to it, and then it's gonna be like a live environment. A lot about the stream's gonna change. It's gonna be a vibe. Long story, but we are back. Yes, so there's a couple of systems that can instantly make your game look very Unreal versus not. And ironically, a lot of them aren't really anything to do with the rendering at the moment. So one of them is the character controller. So Unreal comes with like a third person and a first person character controller out of the box, right? The third person one is the one that everybody really uses, right? And it's animates the character, it allows you to slide and all this movement physics to it, right? That character controller has like fundamental flaws or just very weird choices about it that make your game feel very unreal, right? Like it's floaty, it has this like weird system for things like sliding or crouching or animation transitions. The way it treats like input, and so building your own character controller often is like, especially if it's a third person game, is something that can immediately improve your game's like differentiation from Unreal. And because players like will look at a game and see how it looks, but in a lot of ways they'll feel it and feel the similarity very quickly. So that's a lot of, creating a character controller from scratch can be a lot of work, but it doesn't have to be necessarily, right? And it all just depends on your goals, right? Like if you have a very stylized like third person game like Bayonetta or something you're trying to make, right? Like if I'm let's see here. Alright. So if I'm alright. So if I'm trying to make Bayonetta, right, which, has all these like flashy attacks and, like cool combat system and stuff, I need my own character controller. I need my own character controller, my own combat system, my own animation trees. Like you just need it. Otherwise it's just not really gonna land, right? And so you start by feeling out like what about your game are you trying to make feel unique? Is it combat? Is it the story? Is it the animation? Is it even the environments? Whatever. And you got to sort of work from there, right? And then like another system that I think can make your game look very, very similar is like when thinking about the traditional materials. So, Unreal has like a lot of materials that come standard with its like HD render pipeline and include like standard maps, standard like shadow casting and all that kind of stuff. There are a litany of great developers who have made their own like essentially material packs where they alter the render pipeline in a way that allow you to like kind of customize your goals a little more. And that is like a huge part of how you can differentiate the way things look to a certain extent. Again, it depends on like what the tone of your game you're trying to make. Post-processing is huge. So post-processing is something that I think a lot of people often neglect when they're making like an Unreal game, because the game already looks good, right? It like looks good out of the box. But post-processing, things like tone mapping and even like filtering or dithering or like noise passes or whatever, like all those things can contribute to really changing the way that your game looks. And like case in point, like Cyberpunk with the Red Engine, they get so much of that game looks incredible, like very close up. And I think a lot of that has to do with the, render, like the actual, topology and everything like that. That's true. But a shitload of it has to do with how well they tone map, like how well they essentially like take heavily saturated colors from multiple light sources and then sort of like reblend them to soften sort of certain transitions and fade those colors back into like a more natural looking glow. And it's how it works with skin. Like there's a lot of science with that. Yeah, so I think those are really big. I think what effects you use. So I would try not to lean on like the Unreal particle systems, like the existing structure of them as much as we can, because you get that sort of like sparky look, like sparky sort of like vibe that's very like obviously Unreal. Unless of course that's your goal, in which case then like use it and then try and see how you could like modify it to make it feel more like you, or something that you feel like you haven't seen. And again, if you don't want to use it, you could afford to, you could, there is a lot of packages if you don't want to make something yourself, or you don't feel like confident enough about making something yourself, which is totally valid. This is great tutorials or packages that you can download to get kind of the look that you want. And there's like a variety of optimizations, like, Nanite and Lumen that, technically speaking aren't really visible. They sometimes are, but more than anything, it can create like artifacts that become quite obvious. Like Nanite can really struggle when there's a lot of transparent overdraw, like in the event of like forests and trees and stuff. And that is yeah, it's something that's tough, basically. So yeah, like I think there's a best advice would be like start with the character controller first, especially if it's a third person thing, and try and make your own, or try and make something that feels like your own, and then move to the then you can think about like visuals and rendering and materials and post-processing, and based on, again, what kind of game you're making, what sort of environments you're using, assuming again photorealism, right, being because that's really, because if you stylize it, Unreal has incredible tools for stylization, like, so there's some absolutely dope stylized Unreal games, yeah, so it if you're doing that, you're gonna already be fine. I appreciate it. I kind of hope I can help. There's a lot of other things that I'm sure I'm not even really thinking about that would be good things to do. It's basically to say, like, Unreal isn't inherently bad. It's an incredible invention, right? Like, it is an incredible thing, and we should try to have more accessible engines and not less. And I love how Unreal is sort of this engine that allows you to tap into like a higher echelon of graphical fidelity, but your layman can do that. Like, they can at least see it and try and think about it and get exposed to it, because that's how you learn. And all the other things Unreal offers, like blueprints, like a node-based system for essentially making an entire game. I mean, there are people who don't code at all, and they just make their whole game in blueprints, and it works. Same with, Unity being like this incredibly accessible thing for making games, especially on limited hardware, right? Mobile or VR, and putting things together, as whether you're a student or, an indie dev. And then Godot obviously being this like newer sort of Blender type disruptor that is all open source and it's all community based. Sky's the limit, right? So they're all great. There's nothing inherently bad. I think the challenge is that with Unreal, it does so much stuff for you that it's easy to just take what it gives you and assume that there's nothing else you can do. Like, oh, I guess this is how, like, the game just has to look. Like, there's nothing I can do about it. When in reality, there really is. Even within Unreal, there's a shitload you can do. And you don't have to make a game, like, in a certain way. Yeah, so it's yeah. It's tough though. It's tough. Like it's easy. It's always easier said than done, right? Like, that's why I think in general, like, trying to concentrate on one or two things about what you want your game to feel like, you know, and letting how everything branches out from that kind of come naturally. And in many ways you some things may not be necessary, right? Like I still think like Chained Together is a hilarious game, right? Like Only Up and Chained Together, right? Like those games are so obviously Unreal games, right? Like, so talking about fucking this is the standard Unreal character controller. Like, this is it. Like this is the one. And it's like very obvious, right? And like the motion blur and all that stuff, like that's just all bog standard Unreal. Like they basically just snapped together like all these scenes and you know, it had this chain system and then that was it. But for them, like that shit didn't matter. Like this is like a deep internet kind of meme game, you know? It's like it's about the vibes. Like it's just about getting together with your boys and trying to fucking get up there, you know? And so this kind of shit wasn't really important to them. Like, and if they spent all this time on like altering it or stylizing it or doing something, I don't think it would have moved the needle for them. You know, I don't think it would have really like made the game that much more popular. You know? In some ways, even having the game kind of look familiar in this way makes it accessible. It makes it like people understand the game that they're going to play. And so it's sort of inviting in that way, you know? You know, versus like Peak is, you know, there was a team of people that, you know, that really worked on this thing. And obviously it's like much more stylized, but they did make this game quite quick. And if I remember correctly, they did make it in Unity. And you'll see, I mean, there's just shit, you know, there's some shadows that are a little nonsensical and there's some visuals but you know, they stylized some shit themselves and they committed to what they wanted to commit to. So it's not like the game looks great, you know? So yeah, there's some engine shit here going on where it's like if a dev had way more control, like with a custom engine, you know, they may have been able to like assuage some of those things. But they shouldn't have had, these guys didn't need to do that, and they shouldn't. Like, the game's a fucking vibe. Like, it's a great time, and it's absolutely, you know, worth playing, and it also still does like look great. Like, the game does like really look good. So it's, you know, it's it all just depends. If you want to hear a funny piece of trivia, though, I believe Call of Duty Ghosts, or is it maybe Modern Warfare 3? Yeah, this is the trivia. I think Call of Duty Ghosts or Modern Warfare 3, or it was essentially one of the Call of Duties after like Black Ops 2. Those Activision Call of Duties were made on an engine that was originally for Guitar Hero. So like the engine that was created, yeah, like the actual engine that was created. What is it called? What is it? It was what was it? Yeah, it was the Tony Hawk game engine from Neversoft. So they used that game engine to make at least, like, I think one Call of Duty, I think. It was at least one of them. It was one of Neversoft's, like, engines. Yeah, you just fucking... You know, it fucking... So most of the shit overlaps in a lot of ways. You know, it's like... So it's like... It's not that deep. At the end of the day, like, the goal is always just... yeah, exactly. It's at the end of the day, it's just it's just the end result, right? Nobody really cares, obviously, to your point, about like what actually goes into the engine or like what engine you used. It's just about whether or not your game's cool or game's fun. And really, questions about engines and which engine to use or like what to do within an engine really just comes down to whether or not you feel like you can achieve like a certain look or feel in one or the other, or if you need something different. And Unreal at this point can do pretty much everything to a decent enough degree. The challenge with Unreal is that like it's stifling a decent number of even AAA developers because they're being sort of told or forced to use a lot of out-of-the-box Unreal things. And anytime you use just something out of the box, generally it's going to have limitations or it's going to feel samey. But yeah. All right, where was I? Unreal time model replaced. You do a backflip. All right. I'm gonna flip it in my desk like speed, you know? The problem is, Donna, is like, I now have the room to do it. That's my issue, you know? Is I can actually like stand up and move around and I have like space to operate in. And so I don't really have an excuse anymore. You know, I had like a bed that I could like flip into previously. But now if I try and do that, I'm going to I'm gonna die. So I'm probably not gonna do that. Because I'm gonna break something. But, you know, inshallah, I could probably learn. I did do it though. I don't know if you were here. I did backflip. I just failed. I flipped onto my bed. Oh, yeah, you missed it. I think it must have been Pro Max who asked me to do it. It was glorious. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I stuck it. I feel like I stuck the landing. Well, yeah, Pro Max is another guy in the chat. Yeah, sorry. You just had to be there, you know? Like I cashed in my my flip card, you know? Yeah. Oh yeah, I was actually thinking about that a while ago. So we what date is it again? I was just thinking about this. Um, God damn. The images are pretty crazy. Is it called something different now? Because it's... Oh, okay. That's fire. Yeah, so, because when is it? It's in August, right? Like July to August?
Yo.
Oh, what's up, Akan? How you doing, man?
What's going on? How we doing?
Chilling. How you doing?
Pretty good. I had to run out this morning and return a tent to REI.
Oh, okay.
And this tent was fucked up. It was.
Yeah, so you used it and returned it, basically, is what you're telling me?
Yeah, pretty much.
But did they take it back?
They took it, no questions asked.
Damn.
But it was, oh man, I felt bad about that one. I'm gonna buy another. I just needed one. Something quick and dirty for a weekend.
Well, shit.
There was like dog hair in it and stuff.
Fuck.
Yeah. Bad deed. I did a bad thing today, Roar.
Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy work.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. I feel like I finished pretty much everything I wanted to finish before 4. And yeah, so I'm thinking about just how we can future-proof certain things, especially like graphics-wise. So I'm trying to think about is so there's the biggest bottleneck for the Quest is obviously CPU. And we've done like a really good job of making the CPU like a little better, but just based on GPU utilization, I think what happens is that the CPU is working quite hard. It'll kick work to the GPU like later, and the GPU will like essentially it'll start to like its performance will always be like slightly worse, and it'll be like showing a higher level of utilization then is like actually, it's not like actually doing like 80% work. It's more like 40%, but there's like essentially like a penalty, if that makes any sense. So I'm trying to think about how we can improve some of the instancing of the game. And because like my goal would be, like my first goal is like at a bare minimum we should be able to spawn like 100 things, give or take, into a lobby. Like vehicles, and this includes like vehicles, players, the, you know, bullets, like props, the whole nine. Just 100 visible things at a given point, and it really should be more than that. But you know, it just start somewhere. And then, but in theory, you could get all the way up to like 1,000 if you're smart. And with instancing, which is essentially where the GPU, if I have an identical object, the GPU just copies and caches the data about that like object, the rendering of it, and if there are multiple of them, it draws it all as like one. It doesn't like batch it necessarily. It sort of just like draws all of it, and so because all of our objects are going to be dynamic, they're not going to be static. We can't really use static batching, so we're going to get rid of static batching pretty much entirely, as like a method to optimize at the beginning. And we're going to focus everything on dynamic GPU instancing, there's ways to manually address like instanceable things too. So you can create like buckets where like objects that share the exact same like data, which doesn't even necessarily need to be just mesh. Like it can be like different meshes, but like same material keywords. You could put those into like a bucket. They could be instance, or like batched in a certain way. My thought process is I'm gonna create like a rule set so that we'll have like 100 visible renderers at as like a max. So I need to consolidate a decent number of the renderers. So like mesh renderer, you know, skin mesh renderers. If there should only be really like one renderer per object, which is a challenge, right? Because some objects are made up of like multiple things, right?
Yeah.
But there should we should try and get renderers everything down to like having one render per object.
Right.
And then we can kind of categorize objects to where when you spawn a certain thing, it could be treated as like a high priority or like a low priority item. So if you have like a bunch of things that are visible, and you hit your limit, you could actually like cull the things that are, or like derez the things that are like low priority. So case in point, like effects could be like lower priority, or like certain effects. Right? Like you could have like an explosion that's got like two components. One component being like the fireball, and the second component being like the sparks. And you can make like the sparks low priority and the fireball high priority. So like certain games do this for like you know, like when you have like emotes that have like effects on them, they'll make all the effects in that emote like higher priority than like even certain other things in the game.
Right.
Because you know when you play an emote, you like always want to see it. So there's like a lot of different ways to do that, and I'm just trying to think about trying to create rules so that it's something we can do consistently. But then I know that a lot of those rules will impact like vehicle and prop design. So like if we have like one renderer per object, as far as at least like one mesh renderer, or like, you know, of a given type, then that probably means that I can't break down the visible mesh of something into like multiple components, right? So I need to make like a simple silhouette for everything. So like rockets should probably just be like, again, they are currently right now we're asking for one contiguous piece of geometry, but I should probably even like ask to simplify the geometry just more, just on a principle basis. And then probably standardize certain effects. So like we would use the same particle system for like a bunch of effects as far as the rendering of the particle system is concerned. But we would maybe change some of the physics of the particle system. So like you would keep the same explosion, but then you would like change the shape of the explosion, or like the way the particles are pushing to like make like a jet engine. And I'm pretty sure that would work. It's still that wouldn't be considered like a separate instance. Because GPU instancing basically like falls apart if there's anything about the objects that's different. So like that's why I asked about color yesterday, because if I change like if I create like a material instance, they call it, like if I do like color for this specific object is now red, it becomes a separate new object entirely for the render. And that could be for anything. It could be for color, it could be for shadow, whether or not it casts shadow. It could be sometimes even like how many lights are on it. You know, it could be just certain things. And so if we're really going to go for this like uniformity, then we kind of should just go all the way. And it's not going to be like a major change, luckily, because we've already done the big steps. So like the big steps are atlasing. So you just atlas like every object on like the same palette, right? So the same texture palette, so you don't have to really create new textures. We have the basic shader that we have one version of, so it's pretty much the same for every object, except if that object's transparent. And we only ever really use like a handful of lights, and we don't cast shadows at all. So all those things are pretty helpful. It's all in our favor. That's usually where you would get fucked up. The only thing that's essentially tripping us up right now is we just have a lot of renderers. We just have a lot of separate renderer components, which we don't need. We could like simplify a lot of objects. And we're not really we don't have like a global rule set for rendering, instance rendering. We just sort of allow the GPU to instance whatever it wants to. Because we were leaning more heavily on static batching being like our way to optimize, because we had like scenes, you know, we had like a garage, we had like a, you know, and also like we're probably gonna have to get rid of occlusion culling, because it has a effect on the CPU for one, and also there's not really gonna be anything static in a lot of our levels for a long time. So I'm gonna assume it's like not at least at the start. It's easier to put it afterwards. Because you could also do your own like occlusion culling, which I'm thinking about too. Or your own like distance-based culling. Like there's all these there's the culling group API, which allows you to essentially deal with how culling actually works and like visually what it looks like. So yeah, I've been looking at a lot of different methods and like what a lot of other games have done. A lot of games that involve spawning a lot of shit, spawning a lot of the same stuff. Just trying to find like what our vibe is gonna be. Yeah.
I was playing UG with KT yesterday for probably like half an hour. And obviously, they have the whole caveman thing going on, and pretty detailed worlds. But you know, everything's rocks, so you can make it low poly and it makes sense. And I don't know where we kind of go with that, because we're more high tech, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but like, here's the thing, like, we're moving into a sandbox first approach, right? And our sandbox is essentially, it's quite goofy.
Right.
And so there's no reason why we couldn't like have some rough edges with some of our topology. Like I de-res the avatar, right? So it's got like this like more like lower res head and everything like that. And I still think it looks fun. Like it actually looks, it's got some character to it. It's that whole sort of like Lethal Company kind of concept of less can be more, and the right less. And so I think our goal is we need to find the personality within that feeling.
Yes.
Like within that look. Like UG, it's more of like a standard low poly look. And their personality comes a lot from how animated everything is. Like it's like these dragons and these dinosaurs and like they're so animated. Like and they feel very like they have a lot of personality in them. They're cute and they're fun.
Yeah. And super janky.
Yeah.
Like the rigs are fucking awful, and the whatever procedural animation they're doing is super janky, but you know, people like it.
Yeah,
it's silly expressions.
Yeah, exactly, right? And I think so we just got to figure out what our like unique vibe is, like where we want to kind of contribute to the and some of that could be effects. Like effects are hard because, you know, if you really want to make your own like stylized effects, you kind of just need somebody who's really talented at it. But there is like a double win where you can have like cool, interesting effects for like your game that make it immediately differentiated, and then also can be more optimized. But also, like, I think a lot of our, I think it's like, I'm gonna saturate the game a lot more. I think one of the things that I didn't really like about the art style for a long time was how like the colors were quite desaturated. Like even on like the parts and some of the props, and like the props definitely, like it just did not like that like tan kind of look, and I think our shader to an extent was also I could just bump the saturation up, and I'm just gonna use color theory a lot more, just like splashing color kind of Splatoon style, and where there's like an explosion, I'm not just gonna make it like a normal explosion. I'm gonna try and see, can I make it like a colorful explosion, or like something that's different in that way. And I think I'm just gonna right now lean on color as being like a big differentiator, so that like when you look at Get Set Go, you're like, wow, this game's very colorful. And I think UG does that well. Like they do that, you know, very, very well. but their sort of colors exist in like a palette that's like kind of uniform. Whereas I think we could. It's more of like I don't know. It's just more of like a. Like when you look at a map, I'd almost want you to jump in and be like, "What the fuck?" There's all this like shit.
Yeah.
And because everything sort of reads from each other, and it's because every object should have like a very striking silhouette for one, and then a very striking palette, to make it sort of obviously itself. And I think if we do that, we'll land in kind of a good place.
Hell yeah. Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Is like for launch, like how much do we have anything budgeted for environments? I think Abina was talking about this too.
So
I can't remember.
In my mind, no. I really want to lean into early access. Like I want it to feel like an early access game because I want to feel. I want everyone to come into the game to feel like they're early on something. Because a lot of our approach is about this essentially D2C, right? D2C dev, right? And I want people to feel early in that way. But you can make that feel fun. And I actually think like debug textures are so underrated. I'm very much thinking about like hold on. Like alright, hold on. Yeah, like the look and feel of like the Green Hill Zone from Sonic is like a big one for me. You know, like this where
what's up, guys?
It's still what's up, KT? You know, we got these like checkery textures, but yeah, it's just there's like a vibe to it, and I am very comfortable launching the game. Like every lobby is literally just a plane with I'll create our own. So I'll create our own like fun debug texture. That is like it is still going to be a checker, but it's going to be like just something that's fun for us. And just start there, and even like building out like a simple area. Like if we were to build like I remember reading this article about how a lot of games in the early 2000s, like this whole beach aesthetic was very common, and it was common for a reason, and one of those reasons was it was computationally inexpensive. So like it was very inexpensive. Like you had essentially like three main palettes. Like you had blue, brown, and green. And so you could have like three textures for the whole thing, because this texture could be, this is all one object, and you could just paint that whole thing, and the water is one object, and you limited your scope essentially graphically. And so Super Mario Sunshine and fucking Final Fantasy X and fucking Mario Kart Double Dash, they all like fucked with this beach feel because of how easily optimized it was. And it would not be crazy for us to make something like this, like literally just make like Wii Sports Island, you know, like really, really simple shapes, really, really simple geometry, and just chuck people in there as a sandbox. And I think our game, speaking about color and speaking about like vibe, I think our game actually, like, if we assume our graphics as being inside out, so our performance comes from our performance budget essentially stems from the vehicle and the prop. So thinking about like our instancing budgets just in those things alone, not giving any real mind to environments, leaving like a standard level of overhead for environments, like a 0.5 ms or something like that of the render pipeline for the environment. What I think that allows us to do is to treat environments very, very restricted, like very simple geometry, very simple textures, and not try to overcomplicate them because they should be changed. But because you're forced to do that, you get into this world of extremes that I think looks great. Like, I think the contrast, like, if our game just has this like crazy feeling of contrast, like I'm in, you know, like if we just look at a bunch of the like a lot of the old I love these old Mario Kart like battle maps, you know, like this is gas, you know, because it's just so striking. And I think that's perfect. Like, I think that heavy contrast, it doesn't really matter like where we are specifically at this stage until we create like a mode that justifies it. I think you just want players to feel like they're in some place that's kind of got a fun vibe. And that really comes more from generic things like the skybox and the color and like the texture of the ground, rather than like more complex, you know, world building per se. I actually think our only rule that we have to follow when it comes to any map we make is the ground has to have a repeating texture. That's like the only rule.
Yes.
And it's because that's the only way I think you actually feel your speed. If you don't have it, everything seems very slow. But yeah, so I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. Yeah, what was it? Mario Kart Cookie World? Cookie Land. So this was the original when I talked to Edouard about the like food map. You know, I literally just sent him Cookie Land, and I was like, you know, bro, just do this. It's kind of slightly overcomplicated, but you know, like this essentially is like it's like the perfect limit for what a sandbox should be in theory. It's literally just like a single shape, you know, got a vibe. But yeah, I think also things depend on how so if I have the time, I'll look into like culling groups because they allow you to, like, when things are getting culled or get culled, they allow you to like handle that transition. So like LODs, you can have that option for like fade in or pop in, and that has like a certain amount of overhead, so we wouldn't use that. But like you can apply culling groups to even like things that get distance culled. So if something's getting like distance culled, you could like fade it out as opposed to like, you know, do like a you know, the brick wall that kind of we currently have. And that I think we could get rid of like the clip fog that we kind of currently use, which has a shitload of aliasing and kind of sucks. And yeah, and also like requires a distance pass or a depth pass, which we shouldn't have to use. Okay. All right, anyway. It's not really important. Oh, I actually have been meaning to ask. So right now, this event on prop added to, well, it was to vehicle, but now it's to dynamic. It gets used by like the, well, let's just see if I just. What does it get? It gets used by a bunch of shit. It's mostly like the UIs, I think, and it's like the weekly challenges. Yeah, so gets you a vehicle stats display. Obviously, we don't need. It also gets used in the customization ray. Do you guys plan on needing a callback for when something is added to the vehicle that isn't based on the model?
Yeah, definitely. So I'm doing a lot of revamp on customization ray right now, and a lot of it is gonna get removed. And because edit hand mode has so much shit to expand on, I plan to make an interface just like the hand modes, so that each ray is doing its own shit depending on which ray mode you're in. And yeah, so for all these previous things that sort of just happens based on like colliders and like the vehicle, what's it called? That little trigger volume that we had. We all need, yeah, so callbacks would be nice.
But so you're still needing to register with a specific customization manager, basically. And
yes.
Okay, so I can't make I can't change this to like just like an event bus event. I mean, I could pass the manager. If you'd want to get rid of if you want to get rid of the registration shit, if you don't want to have to do that, I could change this into like an event bus event, and then this event gets raised in the same way that it currently does, but it passes along the game object, the int for the the attached ID, and then the instance of the customization manager that it was attached to.
I mean, that sounds right. What is different between this and the previous?
So what we currently have is we have this own event that's just on each customization manager. And you have to register with each customization manager, I guess, is what you do. Because then you like register for each event.
Okay. I mean, maybe we can just do event bus, because now that we don't have like stats and everything, we just need to know on like a general sense what is getting attached to what.
Right. All right. Sounds good. So.
And same for other objects if we're gonna attach them.
On prop attached to dynamic.
Oh yeah, and I meant to ask, like, if I want to attach a ramp to another ramp, neither of them should have the customization manager. So
yes, that's right.
So do we just like do parenting, have some parenting script on every ramp?
Well, this is why I was like, don't you are in that case, aren't you guys just doing like a follow script or like a linked list to a cons point? So that it's not actually no parenting occurs.
Yeah, I mean we can do that, but if that shit moves fast, it's going to jitter.
Right, but it shouldn't move fast because you should only ever be editing it, right? Which is going to be like a lot more reliable. If speed of like editing is really a concern, you could, you know, you could even have like an elasticity to editing that like if you like whip your hand around it, like, you know, it kind of comes, yeah. And that's how they do it in Half-Life.
Okay. Yo, did you say something? Did you say something to Akon? Oh. Sorry, give me 1 sec. Let me close the door. He's making lunch right now. Alright, what is it? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. We're not like super worried about like studios getting shut down or anything like that. I was more worried about sort of our lounge in like cause we were working on this and we're like maybe we should play some VR game. So we played UG for an hour. Did he tell you? It was very good. We met like a father and his kid, and they were helping us out getting to different parts of the map that we couldn't get there alone. And because the freaking dinosaur can only take one person, I had to like stay there and wait for them to come back for me. It's a very strange feeling. I actually felt like I was in like a virtual world with all these like, although very simple interactions, right? It's just pigs and chicken and you can smash them and they die, they give you food. It's very simple, but it feels authentic in a way. It feels immersive in a way. And I just think that what we currently have lacks that organic or like depth. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. One thing is progression though. Like that has been in my head. I just felt like progression is so important. The feeling that you're making progress, the feeling of ownership over, anything you create or anything that you own. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Okay. No, yeah, that makes sense. Alright, I'm gonna go get some food. I'll be back.
Alright, I will be right back. I'm going to make some food real quick. Let me... Hold on. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Alright, I will be right back.
Your nice. What else did you put in it?
It was just a ground beef, and I mixed it. No, I'm on the call. It was just a ground beef, and I mixed it with the leftover beef curry.
Nice.
Alright, I forgot. So Bitta he's not here. He's gonna be, he's in New York right now, but so he is, it's just gonna be us for this inaugural code review. I see we're all eating lunch, so that's great. So we can grab while we do this. Okay, so a couple of things. First, important that we kind of pull up the linear here. All right. Right now, I'm just seeing my shit in review, one thing from you, a condon in QA, and then a bunch in progress. Is that right, or is there anything that should be, that's currently in progress that needs to be in review?
No, really what I've been working on has been like a massive overhaul of the inventory UI. So my local players all fucked up. And I think it'll be done and like back as in normal, its normal state by Friday. Normal as in like you'll be able to spawn stuff.
Is there an issue for that separate from build 11? So inventory and loadout, or is that the one? Because we can.
That's the one.
Okay.
Oh, that should be in progress. That's my bad.
That's okay. I just want to make sure. I assume.
Can we toss build 2 back into to do?
Yeah, I got.
Because like honestly, there's like no reason that has to be done anytime soon.
Well, just depending on pace, we just gotta make sure. So.
Yeah.
You know, it was scoped for this week, but on a higher level, I know like right now we're just reworking a bunch of stuff, so I take priority.
Yeah, I'll be better about linear. In my head, I'm like, okay, if I'm like gonna restructure this, I just walk over and tell KT, yo, I'm gonna do this now. But I understand visibility is important, so I'll be better about that this coming week.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, I appreciate it. It's a work in progress, right? Like we're all just kind of like, we're figuring this shit out. Yeah. So more than anything, to your point, it's really for Nikita. So he's the guy that's gonna have to make the assessment of how our pace is doing. And so if we need to cut something, then he's really going to be the guy that has to like sound the alarm. And so it's fine if we're like, if we needed to create like an extra sub issue or something, or increase scope, or those kind of things help his visibility. But yeah, I feel good about where we're at though. I think things have been good. Okay, so all right, so build 3 is in review. Fire. Now, obviously, this code review and potentially some of next week's code review will be the least like, actually QA'd, basically, right? Because we're in the middle of breaking a ton of shit. So this will probably be our biggest paper review. I think next week we do need to aim to have something playable. So, because like my prop sync is probably like the first stage of it is done. And like some of the rudimentary things for the build controller and stuff are done. So we're going to need to sync up just to make sure that there's something playable next week. That's on track. But we can still have like a lot that's in paper review. But yeah, so today we're literally just going to treat this more like Friday's code review, and we're going to merge a bunch of shit, and we're going to walk through some code and probably like deal with some merge conflicts. And I have a shitload of stuff to delete that I want to make sure that you guys are cool with deleting. So we'll walk through that probably too. Does that sound like a plan, or do we have any opposing views?
Nope.
All right, fire. Well, first thing to do is to start with the merge. So everybody just make sure that you got all your shit that you want to be pushed up.
Not merge from me.
Huh?
Do not merge from me. It will break everything.
Okay. I mean, everything is already broken.
All right.
So, will it break things in like a paper sense? Like, will code break, or like classes will have a bunch of errors? Are you in like the middle of stuff?
Code might break because there's so much spaghetti.
Okay.
Like to your point about the attachment data configuration and how the spawning works and all of that shit. So I will merge from you and fix all of it.
Okay. All right. So all right. I'm going to create a new child branch. Alright, so we have a new branch. Fuck, I did a capital. Should be development with a D. Small d. Alright. So we have a new child branch from main that is called development. I'm stepping out of Ben's toes here a little bit, but I envision this is what he's going to do. In our actual environment, we have development, we have staging, we have production, right? Very normal. These code reviews that we will be going through, we will be merging everything to development. Will be our, like, whatever is merged between us that we want to push to an actual branch, it will be pushed to development. And then as we actually have a reviewable stuff to go up to staging. That's like the QA process. That'll be more like Nikita, Bennett, and I will be like, we'll be handling QA. And if something is stable enough, we will push that branch, that material from development to staging, and then obviously build from staging to main, so on and so forth. So today, we are going to be merging to development. I will merge my ship to my branch first, and then we can start to merge up to development.
You're gonna merge your shit to your branch?
No, sorry. I'm gonna merge like your shit, KT, to my branch. We're not gonna merge a con stuff because I guess it's gonna break a lot of stuff, and then we're gonna push that to development, and a con can pull from development.
Okay.
All right. So, God, we need to delete some of these branches. Can we create like a folder? Alright.
Can we just delete some, not gonna lie?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we could.
Main/KT.
There it is.
I hope nobody remembers main/roar/character controller/stage/fucking nowhere car.
Literally right after I joined,
It's
right
not
when the
even-
week I was getting onboarded,
It's not
KT
his
was like,
branch.
yo, just make this bridge, main/Rourke/
Yeah.
So it's main/Rourke/KT driving / a con DUI.
Yeah, bro, I was like, the problem is it makes it look like I'm creating all that dumb shit. It's all under my name.
You started it.
Alright, let's, I have a feeling I know what these conflicts are.
What are you merging from? Can you do like a proper screenshot?
Yeah. I am merging from, I'm merging from UKT, and this is customization Ray. What I think I did that was different is well, we have everything referenced to vehicle customization manager is different, which is fine, but also what else did I do? Alright, let's do a manual merge here, actually.
Well, I changed the full script.
Yeah, it's fine. I didn't actually change anything important. This is just part of my refactor. Okay, here we go. So on enable... world rate active. Yeah, so I deleted these on project, or I commented out these on project added to dynamic events. Those were the things that I like.
That's fine.
Yeah. So I think everything that you added should be fine, because I think everything, that was literally just all I did. I don't think you touched any of that, so I think this is safe to just merge it. Let's see, what's this conflict? Oh yeah, this was a different fucking... Alright, I'll keep it prop info. fix it, and then... Alright, I think these are fine. Okay. Alright, and then edit hand mode, I think it was the same. Actually,
that shit is
it's a lot
completely
more.
different on my side now.
Alright, so I think it's just safer for me to take yours here and then fix it.
What did you do to it?
I didn't do anything. Basically, because I've refactored vehicle customization manager into dynamics customization manager, prop info, part info into prop info, like all that shit. All those type references are different. So all the names of the scripts are different.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna take yours and then handle
The errors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fine. So the biggest changes on my side is how sort of like these rays are handled, and also how do you enter mode and how do you enter like sub modes. I still have to implement the interface structure for sub ray modes within edit hand mode, but we can do that on Friday. For now, edit hand mode is a lot cleaner. It doesn't handle anything related to UI anymore. It's completely isolated from UI interactions. So when you open up a UI panel, you're actually not in any of the hand modes anymore. So no hands show up when you're editing UI. It's just a ray. It's just an orange ray that you'll have. Okay. Because I want to treat UI as sort of like a pause menu of sort. You shouldn't be able to rocket jump when you're doing UI shit or anything like that.
Oh, really? Okay.
So yeah, and I actually got a step further and implemented like the grid thing, like the world snapping, basically. Before it was like free move and everything. Honestly, I liked it, but I do think we need some degree of snapping or like discrete movement to make, building feel precise.
But that's an option, right? It's like an option, an extra option. You're not like taking.
I can make it an option. Yeah, I can make it an option, but it's just to say that I have that implemented, and I need some of your changes on the prop and parts, because now we don't really have parts anymore. A lot of the previous edit hand modes I need to delete. The part that snap parts to vehicles, all that stuff, and I just have to figure out a new way to attach props altogether to vehicles and have it like parented and synced for all these clients.
I've already done the work to handle the attachment. So they're in Dynamics Customization Manager, which is the new version of Vehicle Customization Manager. There's a method, public method, attempt attach. Attach prop. And it just takes the prop SO, the game object for the prop, and I think the attacher client ID, and that attaches it, and then that kicks it to the manager to do all the reparenting and stuff. So all that's done. You just need to come up with a method to like detect that this is a vehicle or this is a dynamic thing that I want to attach this thing to.
Yeah. And also come up with interactions when like say when you select two things and okay, I detected that the other thing is a dynamic object. Now, do I pull these things together in some way? Like, does the static one fly to the other one, or does it like move like, or is it like a sort of like a Gary's mod like gun interaction where you choose one, shoot it onto the other one? Akan and I were talking about it the other day, and we were thinking about maybe we can only allow selection when they're actually touching. So building like a collider network, you can only select game objects from that network when you do attach. So it will just be like a one-click parenting sort of deal.
So
with no displacement.
I guess my only qualm with that is then at that point, why don't you just like attach things that touch?
Because you might not want them to be
right. So in that case, then what I would say is just give people like full freedom, and I mean you could have like a range if you want, but if I want to like the interaction is oh fuck, all right. The interaction is if I want to if I want to snap one thing to another thing, right? Like, you know, like to your point, Gary's mod, you just like shoot one, shoot the other, and they're welded. You know, and one could be floating. You know, it could be floating. It doesn't really matter. Like it'll be nonsensical, but kind of allow it to happen, I guess.
I don't know if I want that. I think they should be connected. And also after you merge two things, I guess, how do you move one thing? Like say you attach a part to the vehicle, now you want to move this part that is attached around the vehicle.
Yeah, that's easy. Yeah, you just
Yeah, I mean, implementation wise it is easy, but design wise, like, do we just want the same old interaction with, you know, how we currently move parts on the car? When it moves too far, it snaps back, all that.
No, fuck that. You can delete the part if you don't want it anymore. If you want to like reposition it.
No, like that. No. Definitely not.
Why?
Definitely not. No way.
Just pick the spot where you want to weld it to.
No, there's no shot that you got to delete it. That's crazy work to me.
To me, it's like, all right, you're welding something. You fucked up.
I mean,
that's okay.
I don't know, man.
To me, if you weld something, you shouldn't be able to move it. If I welded something and I go and I now can something I can move it around.
The thing is, you're using the word weld, where it's really not that. Like what we're essentially saying is, I want this thing to be joined with this thing, like in a way that, you know. But this thing is still independent, in a way. Like it still is. It's just like.
No, wait, what?
Okay, let's think about it, I guess, kind of like this. I don't know, like let's say I were to, the analogy is,
yes, that's the word.
Tethered. Yeah, let's just say I'm using I have a turret and I like put it on the top of a car, right? Like it's going to be attached to the car, but if I want to like pick it up and then put it somewhere else still on the car, right? Like that in my mind is what we're doing. Like we're essentially just saying, I want this thing to be like, when this other thing moves, it moves, but like I can still move it.
So you unweld it. You can unweld it, move it, and then weld it again.
Yeah, that seems like too many extra steps.
No. Not if the weld interaction is the trigger.
This is my
Okay.
whole thing.
Yo, Akon, you remember when I held your hand and do like the rigging? Treat it as the same way. Like freaking if you have an arm and you move the arm joint, your hand kind of moves with it, right? But if you select the hand joint alone and move it, it goes like this, and your arm doesn't move.
Right.
Right? It's just a hierarchy thing. So, say you attach a part to a vehicle, and you decide to drag the vehicle around. The part kind of follows it nicely. But if you only select the part and the vehicle is, fixed, we can just do like a surface-based movement, like the tower defense games. And you can only move it on the surface of the vehicle. In
fairness to Akon, just based off the interaction of like this whole weld thing, we've established like an extra step that is like, I weld this thing to that other thing. And like, I can understand why that would create the expectation of like, this thing is now fixed. If it was more like, I just drag this thing onto this thing, and then when it like snaps to it, it's just attached to the surface. And I can like move it around on the surface, and it's more of a hidden feature, then I could understand why that expectation shouldn't be there. Yeah, no. The boys, let's go.
Even the same color, bro. That's mad.
Goated. Oh, I'm on main/development right now. That's why. I was like, what the fuck? Why am I? Hold on. Alright, so,
my only, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I think,
real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before we proceed, my question to KT last night was, why are we welding things?
Yes.
And he kept saying a rocket on a soccer ball. I was like,
okay.
All right, that's gonna do something. Okay. Something's gonna happen.
I'm actually very glad you asked, because this is partially when we originally talked about it, was what I was wondering about.
And
to me,
one more thing.
Yeah.
I'm not framing this as in we shouldn't have welding.
Yes.
I'm framing this as like, I know we need to have welding, but what is our purpose? And that should inform the design. Because to me, if it's like rocket on a soccer ball, then that should be just fixing two things together into one object.
Right, okay.
And all right, I'm done.
So, no, that's fine. So this is where I think about it, right? Is, to your point, what's the purpose of customization in our context? It's, I put stuff in the world, or I put stuff on other things, basically. Right? Like, I'm putting something in the world, or I'm attaching something to something else. And in a lot of those contexts, like me putting a rocket on a soccer ball will affect the soccer ball or the vehicle, right? The experience of that, I feel like, could be different, right? Like, one experience is I just drag this thing onto this other thing, and then we use the surface, and if I let go, it's now attached, right? Those two things are now attached together. Right, the thing that I dragged onto the other thing is the child. The thing that I dragged it onto is the parent. Sometimes there's actual parenting, sometimes there isn't, right? Option 2 is that I drag something and then I go into a separate mode to weld the two things together. The reason why I would do one over the other is whether or not I want to always enforce contact being a requirement or not. That in my opinion. Like, if we want to allow people to attach things, like essentially make things attached to each other that aren't actually touching, we have welding. Because I can attach this, I can make this water bottle be constrained to my leg by just like, even though they're floating constrained is the right word, actually. You want one thing to be constrained to the other thing. But it doesn't matter that they're not actually touching. But if it's a requirement that they touch, that to me is where like the welding starts to become like like the reason why I would use welding then is so that I can enable people to like intersect things like a bunch of different ways and then stick them together or something like that. But to KT's point, like what happens after is two things are stuck together. If we take the user experience that I drag something on and just snap it and stick to it, then my expectation would be that I can then continue to move this thing, right? Because I'm just moving it along the surface. However, to your point, if I then weld this thing and it's like in free space, there is some expectation that I can understand for the player that is like, this thing should now be like frozen. It's like, you know, until it gets like unwelded. So I don't know. I mean, like, it's kind of just a UX problem.
I'm talking.
Yeah.
It is a UX problem.
Also,
my question is still like, what would you want to weld together? Just imagine we had it.
All right. So let me to answer that. Let me like take a small sidestep. Like Blobtown, for instance, has the feature like Blobify, right? Which is where you paint all this stuff and you essentially paint this like freestanding thing with like, you know, full freedom. Things could be intersecting, they could be floating away. And then you select a bunch of stuff and then you hit the term Blobify, which makes one object out of it, right? And it's like, let me join all these things together, right? And that, like, if I'm welding two things together in our context, it's like, essentially what I'm asking to, like, I want to weld a physics item to a dynamic object, right? I want to weld this balloon to my car so that the balloon's physics act on the car. Because I know that I'm basically saying I want to take this thing that I know does stuff to things, and I want it to do it to this thing. Like that's what I'm asking it to do.
Okay.
But the problem that is somewhat like that I think is a valid one just from expectations is if I allow things to float, right? Like you know, not touching the thing that it's attached to or welded to. I you know, weld a fucking rocket like that's floating off in space to this vehicle. That rocket's gonna apply that physics, you know, in its current location. Right, it's gonna like apply it away from the center of gravity and all this stuff, and that might get kind of confusing, right? If I have like a floating balloon that's like not even attached to anything, but it's causing me to float, like
yeah, that's crazy work to me. Like
yeah.
I can't picture it.
But okay, so if that is the case, then why wouldn't we just go with the more simplified approach and just use snapping as like the gateway to welding? Like if I snap an object to the surface of another one, they are just welded now.
I was thinking that. So like I plan to have right now the current ongoing plan is I'm going to have 2 move modes, basically, to move if you want to move an object.
Yeah.
There's free move. This is like completely independent. You move this one object, it doesn't do anything in relation to another object or even the ground or anything. The only thing that determines where it goes is like the position of the tip of the ray that you're interacting. Sort of like how we're moving objects freely right now. The only difference will be it will have the option to let you do discrete movement to be more precise if you want to line things up in 3D. The second mode after this I'm gonna do is sort of like you described, Rourke. You shoot out a ray. It has a hit point. We round that hit point to the nearest sort of like integer vector 3. And then we spawn the object there. Sort of on the surface, on the hit point. And that, while you hold down the grab button, you can release the grab button to just put the object there. Or you can press the trigger button to weld them. So it's like a flexible way to weld things and making sure that they're actually touching.
Right.
But the question is, after that, how are we gonna move this object again if it's welded?
Okay, let's just go back to a okay, I don't know what the fuck this is. KT, you're gonna have to fix that. Sorry.
What is this?
I don't know. It's like I was just refactoring things, but I don't think it's like the hover stuff that I don't think really matters right now.
Is it giving error?
Oh wait, fuck! I'm being retarded. Sorry. I was being an idiot. There. All right. All right. So let's start over. To your point, Akan, the most important thing to ask is what the fuck are we doing with like building, right? And we're doing really 2 things. We're putting geometry into like putting objects into the world, and then attaching objects to each other. Some of those objects are static, some of those objects are dynamic. But the expectation is, for me as a player, if I attach something that influences a dynamic object to a dynamic object, it should affect it, right? So if I attach a rocket to a soccer ball, the rocket should affect the soccer ball. And that's the rules that we're making. Which I'm totally down with. So COI dot being retarded. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Just get rid of this. All right. So, assuming that that's what we're trying to do, what we're wondering right now is what's the best way, what's like the best experience for players? What's the best rules we should make for how I'm allowed to spawn things and then attach things to other things. Basically, right? Like, what are the limitations? Let's start there. Can I attach something to something else when they're not touching?
Nope. I think no.
Okay, so things have to be touching to be attached. All right. Okay. So if things have to be touching to be attached, then how do I attach them?
How do you what?
If things have to be touching to be attached, what's the flow? Like, just give me. Let's start. Imagine we're starting over, and we just know that as a rule. In order for me to attach this mouse to this water bottle, they have to be touching. So what's the experience then?
You have two things next to each other.
Yeah.
I point my controller at the thing on the right, and I grab it, and then I move it over. It goes doot, 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 and then they touch. Or actually, no, I grab it and I start moving a ghost of it over. So the actual object stays there, but the ghost follows my ray tip. It goes doot, 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 and then they touch. And once they're touching, I press the trigger, and that welds them together.
Okay.
If I just release grab, it just places the object next to that object.
Okay.
That's my vote.
KT, any ideas?
So that's for moving an existing, like welding an existing object to another existing object. We're not talking about spawning.
Well, let's not talk about
But
spawning for
spawning's gonna
now. Yeah.
work the same way because you're dragging it out. Into
Right,
the...
but it probably will. To your point, Akon. Let's leave it for now.
Yeah, I like that. I like what Akon just said.
Okay, so okay, so all right, let's assume that is our first, like, let's assume that's our first idea. What am I seeing as the player? So what tells me that A, I'm now editing a prop? What tells me B, that this prop is touching something? And what tells me C, that this prop is attached now?
Editing is simple, like you're creating a ghost of an object.
So you're not actually moving the object. The object stays still and a ghost appears.
Right. Then touching can be probably just purely visual. If it's not touching and you try to weld it, you'll just gonna do, or you know what I mean.
It just does beep beep, like that button just doesn't react.
So okay, that let's just say that makes somewhat sense. There's some effect or something that tells it's welded. How do I know that I'm touching this specific object? So like, how do I know? It seems obvious in the case of, you know, the giant thing like this, but you know, you can imagine with little things, or you know, how do I know that I'm touching this water bottle, and as a result, I'm going to weld do it?
No,
Yeah,
wait, we
that's
talked
the
about
best
this.
Yeah.
We talked about this. The other object gets highlighted. So.
Okay, so the other object gets highlighted.
Yeah.
Okay. So, The other object gets highlighted. All right. So what we've established then is the steps are: I pick up an object, a ghost is created. So I'm now moving the ghost of this object. When I touch that object to another object, that other object gets highlighted. And then if I let go of the object, nothing happens. But if I pull the trigger, the two objects are welded.
If you let go, actually the object still moves. It's just not welded. It just moves as a separate object. If you pull the trigger, then it welds it to the new object.
Okay, so let's just assume that that's the flow for now. Let's say now I realize, oh, I actually don't like where the thing that I just welded to this thing, like what it looks like, where it is, and I want to move it. How does that work, or does it work?
The simplest way, if I think about it that way, if I want to move it, I grab it again. The moment I grab it, it becomes unwelded. And you move it to wherever you want it. You click the weld button again to weld it back. You can also just like fucking throw it aside and it's unwelded. That's how you can very easily unweld something. You just grab it and toss it aside.
Okay.
Yeah, and we can just do a dunk sound effect.
Or like you have to apply. It'll be stuck to the surface for like, there's like a threshold that you have to like, how kind of like, how we grab the dinosaur from the ground. They have that. Like you have to grab something and really like pull to get it off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That makes sense.
Okay. So, all right. All of that I think is relatively. I think that seems fine. The only criticism I have is I don't think you need the ghost. I would just move the fucking thing. You already have it. Just move it.
Our only concern.
No go.
Our only concern with that is, are we allowing intersection?
So this is what another thing that I was thinking about with welding is, I think you should allow it if it's if you're doing it this way. The one downside is we're doing a shitload of work to essentially prevent intersecting geometry on the assets themselves so that we don't have like kind of crazy Z fighting at distance. But allowing intersection is essentially just like allowing that to happen.
Yep, pretty much.
But if we're gonna say no intersection at all, that means that the surfaces that you're gonna be navigating need to be really accurate. Or we need to build props around the idea that they're gonna be like welded together. And so we need to like think a lot about topology.
Is there absolutely no way to deal with D-fighting if we allow intersection?
Well, it's just a simple problem of a depth buffer. So right now, the way that we handle it is that we cull everything past 550, and we use a clip fog to fade off into that culling. Now we could still do that. I could make a much better one that isn't shitty, so that we could actually see a skybox and stuff like that. But if we, let's say, didn't want to have that, we didn't want to have the clip fog, then, and we wanted to see past like 1,000, probably not.
Can we just hide anything that's further than that? Just like turn the renderers off.
Well, that's what we're currently doing. That's what we're currently doing.
Okay.
We hide, but we like the problem with VR is that the depth buffer, the thing that makes Z fighting happen, is really aggressive. So it's much more like so basically Z fighting happens when the difference between the narrowest and the furthest that you can go is like very wide. So if you allow yourself to draw really narrow, or like to see things that are really close to you, and also things that are very far away, it gets exponentially worse. So like a change in like 0.1 up close, or a change in like 100 far away, apply exponentially, basically. So what we've done currently is we brought it from 0.2 close to 550 far. And that eliminates pretty much all Z fighting. More or less. The difference is, it just means we don't see very far, though. And we might want to see kind of far, because we want these maps to feel big and expansive, and you know. So that's what, therein lies the challenge, more or less.
Yeah, creating the feeling that the map is big. I think there's a trick to it. There's like many tricks to it. We don't have to literally like allow shit to be like really far away to achieve that. Like there are ways to fake the sense of space and stuff like that we should be looking into, because at the end of the day, like you're probably only going to interact with things or players who are relatively close to you, and the other shit is just like, really it's just for the view, and I don't think it's worth it if it causes problem to base our whole system around being able to see far, you know?
Right, but I mean, and to your point, it's something that we can address. You know, like, rules make things simpler, you know, in theory. Right, so, so if I'm all for allowing people to intersect stuff, because I do think it's just that freedom is really important. So if we do allow things to be intersected, then how do you, so then what you're saying is then you're gonna have to, we need a free move and we need a snap move. So we need both of those modes. Because we need a mode that detects surfaces and constrains your movement to them. And we need a moving system that allows you just to punch right through whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the welding system itself would be the exact same. Like, as long as I am in contact with some other collider, these two things can be joined.
So both these modes, like the free move mode and the surface move mode, allows you to either move or weld. Mm-hmm. As long as it's touching.
Okay, so let's say I weld two things together and I want to move the parent. Mm-hmm. If I weld anything together and then I want to move any of it, are we saying we're always just going to unweld everything? Or is there
the parent? Because the parent is not welded to anything, right? It's welded by this thing.
I know, it's just it's an important distinction though. So the experience for the player is I'm attaching this thing to that thing. This thing can be removed. That thing will move everything. Mm-hmm. So technically speaking then, for things that aren't dynamic, where parenting will not be used, you will need to essentially constrain those objects to, you know, whatever's being attached. Or we just do reparenting out the wazoo, and we need to like keep track of that, and then we open ourselves up to like deleting the root deletes everything, which is, I'm not opposed to it.
Why can't we parent non-dynamic objects?
We can. I'm not saying we can't. We actually have the infrastructure for it. So I would change the dynamics customization manager to just object custom. It would no longer be a dynamic thing necessarily, or we would have a separate class. But we would use the same thing. Everything would link to the prop manager. The registration would happen, and we would sync all that reparenting. Yes. The only reason why maybe not to do that would be, I mean, just whatever happens to the root happens to everything.
Yes.
So if like the root gets deleted, everything on top of it gets deleted.
Absolutely.
The root explodes, everything else explodes. Which it can be totally fine. But if that's like, if everybody's comfortable with that, then that's like the only condition.
I'm very comfortable with that.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe we can even do, because we're gonna have like parts or props exploding, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you weld something, we do a simple addition for health. So now the total health is like these two things added together.
Maybe. Or it's, well, we can think about that later, but because right now the death system is only going to be, it's all or nothing right now, but okay, so assuming we're reparenting everything, then there are some other downsides that need to be thought about. Because right now, we won't allow you to scale dynamic objects. I think that's maybe a decent rule.
We are removing scaling altogether.
Oh, really? Why?
Yeah. No scaling at all. It just creates unnecessary problem with the sort of like the discrete movement. Nothing will line up perfectly. If you want like a bigger object, we will introduce something like duplication, so that you duplicate multiple smaller ones and line them up nicely to get a bigger object.
Okay, so I'm all for that. The only thing that I'm against, the only thing that makes me nervous about that is we don't really have the budget that a lot of normal sandboxes do. And if you want to make something big, we can't assume that players can just add like dedicate like 50 small items to make like a big thing. If they want to make like a big wall, from a rendering perspective, it is easier for us to just say, blow that bitch up, if you want to. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, so is there absolutely no way we can rest down our current props further to make them really, really...
Yes, but it's not, as I was explaining to Khan earlier, it's not actually just a resolution problem, it's the number of renderers. So, the number of visible renderers, which we can help out with instancing, but there's limits. So, like, the amount of individual renderers also creates like a bottleneck, regardless of how high def like the mesh is.
Well,
now, look, the easy way around that is just for us as devs to introduce big shit, right? Like a big ass wall, right? Like, so I'm not necessarily.
Yeah,
I'm not
we
opposed.
were actually talking about. We were talking about something like that where you just have a bunch of different props so that the player will never have to build like a spiral ramp. We'll just introduce that as a prop. And actually, I was thinking like if we have platforms that you can spawn a platform like this, you can spawn a platform like that, you spawn a platform like that, then we don't need to have rotation like full.
We should though.
360 Euler rotation.
Yeah.
We should though.
We probably should because people want to put things in the way that they want to put it.
We already have.
Yeah.
We already have free rotation in the current system. That's the closest thing we can possibly get to free rotation. Otherwise, it gets out of hand.
Okay,
so like moving around the y-axis, moving around the x-axis, and being able to reorient the object to face you or to face the world origin.
Alright, so I'm comfortable getting rid of scale. I'm just trying to think of all the ways, the reasons why I would want certain scale things. I mean, I can see like if I had a ramp and I wanted not just one vehicle to be able to drive on it, but then I guess the easy way to do that would be to snap a bunch of ramps side by side to make like a double. Mm-hmm. So I think where this actually matters is in our primitive shapes, to your point. Like we would need primitive shapes that can be essentially like widened by doubling them up in most cases.
Yes.
Or we would need to make one that is sufficient for like multiple vehicles or something that's like sufficiently large.
What would be great is if we have these primitive construction props and you put two ramps together, and when you weld them, they snap into
a bigger one.
They both get deleted and snap into a bigger one. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's a way to do it. It's more complicated, like it requires a bigger library, and then you need to know that this plus this equals this. So it's a complicated system to maintain.
Or you could do if, like on weld, if is to same, and calculate the normal to the point of contact and scale it in that direction.
Yeah. Or alternatively.
Too.
Yeah, to your point. Like essentially, you can scale things, but
or
you can scale them only in increments.
Yeah, instead of trying to scale it or like stretch it, just introduce like a simple prop upgrade that's essentially scaling, so that two scale 1 props merged together.
That's what a concept.
Yeah, but we don't do delete and like expand on that direction. We just like scale it up basically.
That's what a con's saying. But it would still require you to like take out one and then blow the two up, and then they can't be separated, right? Because you've deleted one.
And we just instantiate the same prop but double the scale.
Yeah. I mean, so
that's like an extra interaction for the world.
Yeah, like, but so the thing is, you would I'm seeing the edge cases just like sort of start to pop up. Yeah, like if I combine two things together to make a big thing, can that thing then be snapped to a smaller thing? Or does that smaller thing need to be a big thing to make the bigger thing? You know? Like, can I, hold on. You'll understand the vision here in a second. Hold on.
That'd be the smartest thing you've ever said.
Okay, wait, listen, guys, listen.
Listen.
No.
Listen. All right, hold on. Listen. All right, so if what I'm saying is that if I have 2 Charmanders, I upgrade it to Charmeleon, right?
Yes.
But what happens when I then attach a Charmander to a Charmeleon? Is that even allowed?
Nope. You gotta.
So then yes, I know, this is Bejeweled, man. I gotta make Charmeleon, and then I gotta get another Charmeleon to make Charizard, is what you're saying.
And that's playtime.
What?
That's what we want, you know?
So that...
Fucking retention, bro. Right there.
So what you're saying is I need to spawn 8 ramps.
Yes.
Essentially.
Wait,
that's why
how big
hard
of
work
a
will
fucking
be
ramp are you
appreciated.
trying to make, bro?
No, I'm just saying, like, if you were gonna have like
Minecraft to spawn you an island, I don't think so, man.
Yeah, but you make it one block at a time. That's totally different.
Yes, and that's time commitment. That's fucking
totally
effort.
different.
It should be valued. If you want
That's
a big
facts.
ramp, you gotta work for it.
That's facts. Just like if you want to dude, all this multi-select bullshit, like we've gotten too soft, bro. Imagine if you asked Notch in 2015, hey, I built my house, a beautiful house, but I want to put it on the mountain. You know what Notch would tell you? He'd probably call you a slur and tell you to build another fucking house on top of the mountain. We need to recognize that players want to grow. The children yearn for the mines, bro.
Okay, so alright. So
Wait, are you streaming right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
So so this seems like a whole lot of steps for what if you could just scale things but only in increments?
Like there's like a cap, right?
No,
So
like I
one-
know I can only scale it 2 times, 3 times, or 4 times.
And it goes doot, doot, doot.
Yeah.
I was a fan of that. We were just wondering how we're gonna work it on the joystick. Like,
So the
don't know.
one problem with scale that I was coming up with was that you just need to make sure that if I were to like stick 2 things together and then I like unstick one of them, that your edit mode just always needs to be about world position, world scale, world rotation. So when I'm moving something, or because you can take, even if something's parented, you could still, its world position and world scale is still saved. So you would just need to, everything always just needs to be in world space is what I'm saying. Like if I'm moving something, if I'm rotating something, if I'm scaling something, everything always needs to be in world space. Like that's just the rule. So that if I unparent something, its scale doesn't get like fucked up.
That is solved with the parenting though, right? Is once you merge something, then the only way you can scale it up is to scale the parent. Because the moment you try to grab it, it unmerges it.
Right. Okay, well right, but sorry, to that end, if I scale up the root, right? And then
Yes.
I unparent this thing. Right? I just need to make sure that it's I can't remember if Unity, when you unparent something, it just keeps the world space of the item when you unparent, or it's world stuff when you unparent.
You can change that with code. You can manually say maintain the scale.
Yeah.
Or like do like a scale.
That's right.
Keep world position.
That's right.
True.
Yeah. Well, because remember, normcore also just only syncs what's in those vector 3 numbers, so it doesn't actually scale like something internal. So, all right. Well, I mean, like, look, I'm not opposed to removing scale. By the way, like, I'm not like against it. The workaround would just be that we would just need a lot more. Like, we would need XL stuff. And by the way, a lot of sandboxes don't allow you to scale. Like, a lot of them. Because scale...
I can't think of one that does.
Scale does universally fuck things up when you change it. Because scale fucks up physics, right? Like, scale fucks up centers of gravity. Scale changes everything, right? So that's why I wasn't really going to allow us to change the scale of, like, dynamic objects. So if we just not want to allow scale, I'm cool with it.
Yeah, at least to start with, you know,
right.
if we figure out like a better way to merge stuff or like to scale things up more elegantly, we can bring it in gradually.
Okay. So then my request would just be, we need some big motherfucking primitive things. Like, just get some big shits. And just, we'll do it on our end. We'll take, like, wall ramp, and we'll do wall normal, wall XL, wall double XL, wall triple XL, you know?
And that's, like, triple the amount of props, you know? Yeah. That we can put in the store, and it's different. It will be different.
And charge money for it.
Bro, we're on fucking stream, bro. Chill.
Yeah. It's fucking... He's just rubbing his hands right now, man. Fuck. That's crazy work. Okay, well, all right, well, okay, so back to what we were talking about then. So assuming scale is not a thing, then it is kind of, then that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, okay. So, right now the flow is, I pick something up, I move it, when it's touching something else, I'm either moving it in free mode or like snap mode. And then when it's touching something else, it's highlighted. And yeah. And then if I want to weld it, I hit the trigger. Okay, I still don't think we should have ghosts then. I don't think it's really necessary. What was the reason why you guys were worried about ghosts? Sorry.
Because, all right, imagine I have two objects over here, right? Yeah. Actually, this will be easier with paint. Okay, so I have I have an object over here. I have an object over here. And KT is standing here. And Rourke is standing here. I want to move this object over here. And I need it to like be highlighted red or highlighted orange so that I can't put it on top of KT's thing. If I'm moving the actual object and you walk over here, then what happens to you when I let go of the object? Because what should happen is I let go, it's red, it just goes back to where it is. But if you've walked over here while I've been moving it, then you get fucked. So you get shot into the stratosphere. Right. So that's why we need this object to remain here and not be allowed
to move until yeah.
All right. Now, in fairness, by doing that we are eliminating one of our current features that people do enjoy, which is sending shit to space. But all in the greater good. So, but are you saying that when I grab something, that thing still exists, and then a ghost like appears for me, or could you, let's say, pick up the thing and still move the thing, but we like turn off its colliders and like it
Let me just show
highlight it.
I have it implemented.
Well, no, because I get what you're saying, but like, couldn't we just pick it up and highlight it, but turn off all of its colliders, so that it doesn't?
Yeah, but what happens when you release it and it like shoots somebody to the stratosphere?
It just seems like
it actually won't. By the way,
it just seems like gameplay.
That's content right there.
I built the player controller in a way that it will just calculate for penetration and move it to like a safe spot.
Hey yo.
That's why it doesn't go through the ground anymore, if you realized.
Right.
But so you have this cone, right? And if you grab it,
nice.
It's like a ghost, and if you let go, it goes back.
Huh. I mean, I like that, but the only thing that I don't like about it is I think it's actually really important to see other people editing shit. You know, like moving it, you know? Like seeing that.
But you can real-time instantiate the ghost.
Yeah, but then we're making another real-time object for no real reason, you know? It's like, because that's got to be spawned, you know? And it's like, that's sort of a load on the network. It's a load on the game. Like, instead we just move the thing and we like disable elements of it or whatever.
Or just don't disable anything and let it
rip.
Free run. A lot of stupid shit can happen, and I think it's fine.
Okay, well,
no, honestly, I'm with that.
All right,
I've been convinced.
Okay, so my next question would be then, let's say I'm in snap mode, right? What is snapping? The base, the nearest collider, the nearest face?
There is no really snap mode anymore. It's free moving and surface moving.
Okay,
the snapping just comes from the fact that we round up position of objects to discrete vector 3s right now.
Sorry, let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase to surface moving. What is the thing that is moving, like, constrained? So if I move an object, if I like move my phone in surface mode, you know, and I want to move it onto the bottle, will my phone like flip like this because it's the base? Or is it just going to be like the side that is now like stuck to it?
That's the one of the main problems I had with this. Because the answer is I don't know. I wasn't sure which one is the best. I was just gonna do it so that it calculates the normal pointing out, and that normal sort of spawns like the object. So if you point at like a vertical surface, it will spawn your shit sideways sticking out.
Okay, what spawning is different to Khan's point. Because to your point about spawning, that's easier in my opinion, because you can just always orient things like their own alignment up, and then it's just like, to your point, it's gonna spawn like, you know, like that.
Yeah, but we're treating spawning and moving sort of similarly, if that makes sense.
Okay, so if that's the case, then shouldn't things have to reorient if they, you know, basically everything's got a base and it's got an alignment and it's got to reorient to things like, so the base is always the thing that is actually on the surface.
Yeah, but you see how that can be kind of annoying, because say I have a fence, I just want to put another fence next to it, and it's sort of in the air, so you can't aim on the ground. you gotta like aim at the side of the fence, and now it's like this. You know what I mean?
What if we just have the ray point at pivot instead of the center?
What?
What if we just have the ray point at the pivot instead of the center? So this is the ray, right? Currently, it's pointing at the center of our objects, and we move objects by like moving it around the center. You know what I mean? And instead, what if we have it always point at the base of the object? Then wherever you are pointing will be where like it points
so
to like the bottom pivot.
This is a really important point because this will have a lot of implications about asset development.
Right.
Because right now we have somewhat of a mixed bag. We have some things that are that have their pivot points bang in the center, some things that have a pivot point actually at the base. Yeah, that's like that's an important distinction, and you probably need to stick to that rule. I can tell you most games that I've played with the sandbox, you grab things by the center. Because it's just
But flat games.
Because it's well, no, yeah, no, I mean games on flat, but mostly because it's an easier thing to understand, right? Because everybody can understand where the center of something is. It's harder. It's more of an abstraction to understand where the pivot point is. So if I'm lifting something from the center, it's easy for my brain to say like it's this far away from this place. But if I'm like lifting it from the base, it's like more like I'm like, you know, it's like I'm moving a plate with a bunch of shit on it. I'm like, it's sort of more confusing about where, you know, my spatial awareness is.
And also that will fuck up the rotation a little bit.
Yeah,
because
it'll fuck it up
if you
a lot.
just want to turn something around, that makes it like change position altogether. I don't know what to do with the vertical surfaces when it comes to like surface moving or surface spawning. I mean, I can go one step further, just enforce the rotation to always be facing up when it comes to vertical surfaces. But the thing is, not every prop is a cube, you know? They can be any shape, and if I do that, it will...
So, an option that again is more work, but it's a possibility, is to a Khan's point about like bounding boxes. If everything is a bounding box, then you use the bounding box essentially to be the like which side you are snapping. So like you're doing a check on the actual like mesh, but you also would like essentially be more of like the bounding box of the item, and that would allow you to think about like alignment, you know, like am I like touching the top of this thing, or am I touching the side of it, or am I touching like whatever. Well,
this will be nice if all our props are sort of like integer dimensions, but in fact they're not.
Well,
and
we can make them.
I think,
by the way, we can make them. If you want to create a set of rules for how things need to work, now's the time. Like,
yeah,
now's the time. We will probably not get a whole lot of time in a while. So,
I mean, why do we need surface snapping?
we don't.
If we don't have that, then we don't have any problem if we make the free moving good enough so that it,
Yeah.
it's useful for every circumstances, we don't need the surface moving at all.
And now that we're allowing intersection, we don't need it.
Well, where you may want it is if I want to put a bunch of, because we don't have scale, right? If I want to put a bunch of flat pieces together to create a road, and I don't want that road to be all jank and bumpy, you're going to need some sort of snapping.
But that's why we have the world space snapping.
So like a grid system.
Right.
Yeah. Like
but
what
an invisible grid. Like
right,
discrete
but
movement.
The one problem with a grid is that what if I want to move something that's not on the grid 100%, right? So like, if I want to make my road, but I don't want to be, it's not Minecraft, right? I don't want to like, I want it to be slightly over here. I don't want it to be here.
Dude, then get fucked.
All right. I mean, then we're constrained. We're constrained in the same way Minecraft is, where you have to consider like 2 buys, 4 buys, 6 buys, 10 buys. Like, if I want to have something that's like aligned in the center, I need to make sure things are spaced essentially an odd number from each other.
The world space grid is so much smaller than Minecraft's.
No.
Like you fit in one unit in Minecraft.
Yeah, but even no. But like I'm, it still applies. A grid is a grid, right? So if I want something that is evenly, if I want symmetry, right? If I have like a road and I want that road to be like have symmetrical turrets on the side, right? Then I need to go like, and I want that whole thing to be like 11 wide, right? Like 11 grid spaces wide, or like however many grid spaces wide. That space, it needs to be an odd number because I need to have one track in the middle, and then I can have equal on the other side. If I do it in an even number, I'm fucked. And
right.
So it's just adding. All I'm saying is that we're adding that players need to think about that. That's not a problem necessarily, you know.
I mean, I can add the option to turn the world grid off. Like, that would just be, you have the option to do snap, or you have the option to just free move. It follows the ray perfectly in free rotation.
Have you guys looked into like edge snapping systems? And like, are there like, because the way that I would imagine maybe it works is that like 2 objects, if I want to snap 2 objects together, like, and they're square or something, like 2 cubes, or cubes aren't, if let's say they're 2 like rectangular, I can't remember what the fuck a 3-dimensional rectangle is called, and cuboid, whatever. You know, it has a long face and a short face. Long face would be like face A, and the short face is face B. So if I am holding 2 like B faces together, it's gonna like snap those 2 together, right? Versus like 2 A faces. That's how I would imagine it's done, but I have no idea. I don't know. Like, there's obviously a methodology to how people do this, like linking of objects that are primitive.
Yeah. Thing is that even if we have the algorithm, not all our props are primitives, and I'd imagine a big portion of it will not be primitive. So this will only apply on like some props, and I don't know if we even want that. Like,
well, so that's where it's a good question, because I think we absolutely need some level of consistency, right? Because if we don't have it, we will have bumpy roads, and that sucks. So assuming we do want that, then there's really 2 options. Yeah, to your point. We can... Alright. Here's the way it could work. Or we could have rules where... hold on. Fucking, there we go. All right. So rule option number 1 would be that we fucking, let me make this bigger. There we go. All right, option number 1 is you have every object sits in a bounding box. So if I have an object, however complex that object is, so if I have an umbrella, right? This umbrella, again, amazing drawing skills here. So this umbrella would make sure, that the base of it, whatever's considered the base, is always touching the bottom. Basically touching the bounding box. And that would be like the rule, is that the bottom is always a line. And what that would allow us to do is that if we had this surface snap mode, the object, at least as it's intended, its intended orientation could always be like flush to things, right? So if I want to snap this to like a road, the road would be like that, and so it would sit flush, but only in its correct orientation. If I like flipped this fucking thing over, fucking help me out here, please. Copy, paste, thank you. All right. So if I were to flip this thing over, if they would allow me.
Rotate.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. All right. It would be like that, right? It would just be, it wouldn't be touching, right? And that would just be the thing that we accept, right? It would just be the thing we accept.
Wait, why, real quick, why is the bounding box not at the top of the umbrella?
Well, I mean, like, because we can't, let's say we just can't guarantee, because we want, like, a uniform box, let's say. Like, let's just say we want, like, this to be a uniform shape. Or
so
at least...
this isn't the box that Unity calculates.
No.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it would be, but it would be like a... it would be like a... it would be like a... We would make a rule for, like, this would be like a certain, dimension, like a certain volume or whatever.
Right.
Like, that's option number 1. Option number 2 is a con to what you're saying, is we just rely on Unity's existing bounding boxes that come in all these different shapes and sizes. And we just make sure that whatever the object is, we have to make sure the hierarchy's such that the bounding box actually is the fucking thing. Like, so the geometry for any prop would have to be on the root. So that the bounding box is actually like, or we would need like a flag or something. Because I don't know if Unity calculates a bounding box for nested game objects. It might. And then option number 3 is, because again, that could, like, if I want to place a soccer goal on the ground, that it means that it would at least be flush to it. And then option number 3 is we just rely on a grid, like a 3-dimensional grid. That would not really work for a lot of this stuff, though. The only reason I bring this up is because it's more about, like, I want to put a, I want to put like something on top of something else, right? Like I want to put a soccer goal on top of like my road. Or I want to put a road on top of a road. You know? Anyway, just think about it for a second. Hold on, I gotta talk to somebody. Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing? Pretty
Why don't we just combine the two? Like the free move.
Yeah, it's been a fucking minute.
We just make it so that the ray doesn't penetrate. So if it hits a surface, you know how like rays right now, they go through a surface like this.
We had to...
And the object is like on top of the ray. But, that's why it goes into objects.
For some crunch,
we
thank
just
God we're back.
Set the hit layer of the ray not to nothing, but it hits like the ground, for example. So when it hits the ground, the ray becomes shorter than when it fully extends. So then the object stays on the surface. But when it's in the air, it's like free moving.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say that, but then we would need the ray. That was my point with the ray hitting the bottom pivot of the object. So if it hits the ground, the center of the object is gonna be the ground.
Okay, let's restart for a second. What's our ideal scenario? Like, what do we want? Like, I forget constraints for a second. Is our ideal scenario that, like, I have two pieces of road and I can just snap them together? That's one scenario, right? And they're perfect, right? And then scenario 2, that is something we want, is like, I have an umbrella and I want to make sure I can like snap that umbrella to the ground. And they're like touching. Is that the full extent? Is that like the full extent? Or if I want it to snap upside down, I'll snap it upside down, you know? Like, is that like the full extent of what we want?
Your chat is talking to you.
I know. I'm gonna answer that question, but I'm asking you guys. No. Is that the full? Is that the kind of question? Is that what we want?
You guys keep talking about the road. I don't think anyone's gonna put like these tiles down for the road. They're gonna do what you were doing for these maps, like put obstacles to form roads on the flat ground. They're not gonna put road tiles like.
Maybe, but let's say I want to make like a level that like climbs into the sky and shit. Like, are you just saying I can't drive at speed now?
Nope.
Because it's like it's all fucked up, you know. And every time I go between like a road, like essentially these pieces of section of wall, like I'm gonna bump, you know. I'm gonna like. Because that
just means we don't provide enough props, you know. Like if we don't have a strong enough foundation like Minecraft for building system, we provide more props.
But you can't have a prop. You can't have a prop for every situation, right? You can't have a prop that, like in fairness, this is Halo never allowed you to snap things together for the longest time. They just, you know, you would mush things together basically. And people make it work. But that wasn't like a vehicle sandbox per se, you know. Where like
answer that question from the chat first. I want to hear what someone thinks.
So explain to me, like on 5, what the problem is by having different bounding box sizes that contain each prop exactly instead of one uniform size. There is no actual problem with that. It is really just a question of what do we want, right? Like, what is the end goal? If the end goal is literally that I can just take something that is any shape. I should stop doing this because that looks like an arrow. If I could take a sphere, and then I could at least make sure that one of its like surfaces is flush to another surface. If that is all our goal is, then actually, yeah, it doesn't matter. As long as we have access to any of the bounding boxes. They can be different sizes, shapes, and whatever, because bounding boxes are bounding boxes by design, right? They define the limits of the object's geometry. So in that particular case, it's totally fine, right? If that is what our goal is. But if our goal is more like, I want these two specific shapes to fit perfect together perfectly, so that, like, if I snap these two shapes together, they effectively become like one new bigger shape. Then there's more like constraints to some extent. No, I didn't necessarily advocate for a uniform shape. It's more like, if you have a standard for things, then like everything can kind of fit with everything, always. But with normal bounding and sort of create like a symmetrical thing. But with bounding boxes of different sizes, that's totally fine. I guess the one, I don't know, Akan, you might have more knowledge of this than me, but the bounding box is only calculated for the root object, right? Like based on the root object?
I believe it's whatever object has the mesh renderer.
Oh.
But let me check.
All right, well, either way, as long as it's where the mesh is, you know, that could work. But again, basically back to the point, but wouldn't that also require props to be uniformly shaped? Yeah, kind of. Basically. Like, you would need some level of uniformity, or at least uniformity in dimensions. So, like, this phone and this like, controller may not actually fit together, but if they were the same size, like, you know, it could fit on like a kind of essentially a grid. They were talking about like a grid. Okay, so in the same way that if I put like a tile down in Minecraft, you know, there's space between the other ones, but it like still works in the grid. Okay, so would our goal be that we would just want to use snapping so that I can put two bounding boxes together? Like, essentially, like, the things are flush. Is that like the fullest extent of what we, like, our requirements for customization? Is that things could be flush. They could be like this, but they're flush.
Right.
Is that like, if that's our goal, then just using...
Really? Yeah. So the way I've been thinking about it is that everything should be functional, and that's the only thing that we should care about. And any beauty that arises out of any and all constraints that we place to make things functional. So, for instance, I don't know, if you were playing Minecraft in whatever it came out, like 2011, or you were playing it and like, oh, this is a survival game, and then people were like, oh, but now you can like do all of this shit. I can like build things that are beautiful, and then it becomes like, oh, that's cool that you made that in this like survival game. So for us, I'm like, the reason that things should be flush is so that I can drive smoothly on them.
Right.
And so I was also thinking that maybe only construction props abide to this like grid system. Because you're not going to be driving on a balloon, right?
Right.
And with a balloon, we can allow whatever intersection we want. A balloon or any of our like decorative props or anything like that. That we can allow any intersection we want. But these construction props are the only ones that abide by a grid. we have to construct with like the bounding box or the pivots in mind. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Right. So to your point, in my chapter productivity's point, yeah. So the thing with things being flush is that if you're only using the bounding box, right? So if I'm only using the box that I can essentially establishes the limits of the mesh. That's what a bounding box is, right? If I were to like join these things like this side by side, the only things that would actually be touching were these 2 points. That would be the only things that were actually touching, right? And there would be no way for me to like stick one end to the other like this. It would just be either these edges are touching, these edges are touching, or like these edges are touching, basically. That would be that's the drawback in just using bounding boxes. When you have like not specific shapes, they will like snap in ways that aren't like they're not actually like, but if these two things are square, to a Khan's point, like if they're actual squares, right, and they're the same size because that's their bounding box and they're the same size, if I were to snap this to this at the center point of these two bounding boxes on this edge, then we would get a snap, right? And that's really where the system applies function, to a Khan's point, is that it's functional. In this case, it's like kind of less important. That because there's just really function that would come from this. Okay.
And it makes sense to the player because all of our props are going to have the same grid. The construction props will have the same grid texture on it. It's like, this is something that makes the car jump, or makes that I use to make the car go. So
okay,
I want an umbrella here.
Right. So the system, Akan, that we're saying is, well, this is where things get interesting too, right? So this snapping system, are we saying that it's only available to construction props, like at all? Yeah. The only reason I ask is because the way that I would imagine this would work is you can't just like you can't allow for this, right? Things have to be flush not only side to side but also to create a flat surface, right? So they have to be perfectly flush in the events of these two bounding boxes have to be perfectly flush. And so what you have to do is you have to find the midpoint and align these two objects and snap them to the midpoint, right, of the bounding box, so that both objects come to their middle. And if I have a ramp that's, like this, and I snap it backwards, that's fine. That's just me as a player being like, oh fuck, I need to flip this thing around,
Right.
Where this doesn't work is if I want to put a umbrella, which may have like a bounding box that's like this, and I just want to make sure these two surfaces are flush. They're not aligned. They're just flush.
Right.
So that, I guess, is where, or like I have like an XL ramp and a medium box. Now their bounding boxes aren't the same.
Can we take a bottom face of the bounding box and do
I don't know. I don't know. Or you recognize when an object you're moving is next to another object and align the.
So if you want my opinion about, I just had a thought. I think the way that you do this is you always accept imperfection. I think that's important. I think something that you mentioned, Nakan and KT both, that's very smart, is we just need to allow players to do things imperfectly. That's fine. But you also need to enable them to do things perfectly in some way. I think the way to do that is that in our snapping mode, the priority is snapping like faces. So like the bounding box, we just make sure that they're flush. But there's like a magnetic point in the middle that if you like get close to the middle, it'll like snap to the middle of the bounding box. So like both midpoints are aligned. So if you get close to the middle, it'll like align it to the middle of the object. And so that creates essentially like a predictable behavior, where if I have two identical objects as a person, I know that if I want to, I could do like this, you know? But if I want to align it to the middle, I just gotta like drag it more towards the middle, and then that'll snap, and then it'll like align everything. This may make sense. No sense at all. You may pre-make an umbrella out of two props, so you essentially have two bounding boxes that are already stuck together. That's actually not incredibly far off. We were talking about scaling, and we were like, oh, we could like instead of allowing people to scale things up, we'll just if you combine two objects of the same size, they'll like evolve into a big object. So it's kind of doing a swap in and out. But honestly, I think this is a fair, like, this is like this makes sense to me.
Yeah. So setting up like one node on every prop.
Well, so what the nodes are is that it's basically in the bounding box. Fuck, I'm running out of real estate here. So each bounding box has 1, 2, 3, 4 in the center, right? And when I'm in snap mode, if I put something like here, it's prioritizing just making sure that the edges are touching, right? So surface, right? But if I get within range of this point, close enough, we'll make like a tolerance, just if I get close enough, then it'll snap my bounding box's point to the other point and align our midlines. So if it's a tiny object, if it's a different size object, it's whatever. It's just stuck in the middle, It's just like that.
I really like that. Yeah.
But if it's a big object, or if it's the same, if it's an identical object, basically, like a road piece, they snap. Like, does that make sense?
Essentially, 4 nodes on the corner, 4 nodes in the middle of these edges, and 1 node in the center for the bounding box.
Oh, like in the complete center?
Yep.
Remember, this is a 3-dimensional object. So like the dead center.
No. On the face. Sorry, on the face of the bounding box.
Right. Sorry, I did a shitty job. This is supposed to be 3-dimensional. Basically, what I'm saying is
the boxes stacking together.
Sorry. So what I mean is, if we were to do this 3-dimensionally, right? If I were to draw a cube, here we go. I always used to. I used to be good at these. Isn't there the other method where you like draw? Isn't it like this?
Yo.
Yeah, it's bringing me back. Anyway, all right. So the what I was saying is the points would be like this.
Yes.
But that's it. So if I come up and I want to, and if I'm like snapping to this face, at first, if I have another box, and this is just the view of the side of the box, so just, roam with me here. If this is the side of the box, you know what? Fuck it. Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, what would be is if you had like Microsoft Paint, but for 3D. So if you had to sketch 3D concepts easily, you could do it.
I think Mahoney actually made that.
Mahoney?
Yeah. It was one of his earliest projects. Was a 3D paint system in VR.
I was talking about on flat.
Oh, on flat. But all right. All right. Hold on. So let's just assume here for a second. All right. So I got a fucking cube, right? All right. So basically what I'm saying is if I want to do this, right?
I hope that guy isn't in.
If I want to do this, basically the snap system is prioritizing just making sure the bounding boxes are flush. Like whatever area of the two faces is touching is like flush to each other, right? But as I get closer to the center point, if I get like here, it'll just snap to being perfectly aligned. Basically the two center points will just snap so that it's aligned. And that's like that's the system.
Is perfect. What does bounding box like bounds like expose? So I'm seeing center. That's probably not what we need. Extents. What is this? Is this like an array of like the corners of the box?
It's a good question. I don't know. This is where we, math. There's definitely got to be like because it calculates a bounding box, right? So it knows its limits, right? So essentially you need to take those limits, you need to construct like a two-dimensional plane on like one of the sides, and you just need to make sure that plane, that area in space, basically that vector 2 shares the same x value or whatever like value you're moving towards. So sometimes it might be y, sometimes it might be z, right?
Yeah.
And that's priority number 1. And then I guess if you were gonna snap completely to the face, to align the midlines, I guess there's multiple ways to do that. You could probably just pick the point in the center of that two-dimensional plane and then just make sure those 2 points share at least 2 axes, right? Or all 3 axes, I should say, right? So that those 2 points, those vector 3s, are identical.
Yeah.
And how do you make this performant? Because so you can't always be listening to whether or not you're close to another prop, right? Otherwise, if you have like 20 props in a ring, then you're like, you're fucked.
Right.
It's gonna crash. So do you have a collider that's slightly larger than every prop that on collision enter checks whether it's another prop and then basically caches that prop and says, all right, I'm going to calculate the bounding box, like,
yeah,
I'm going to do that operation.
It's a good question.
Just do a distance check.
Yeah, but then the whole thing is like, are you constantly listening to whether you're near another prop?
You could do a well,
steer
so There's a sweep check or a sphere cast. The sweep check would require a rigid body, which would be annoying to have on everything.
Absolutely not.
A sphere cast. Can't you cast a sphere cast like just in the total radius of the? Like when you're editing, essentially, we blow up this invisible sphere dynamically, basically. So we get the bounding box of the object. When you edit, we blow up a invisible sphere to be that side, and that's your detection sphere, or slightly bigger. That's like your detection sphere.
Mm-hmm. Sounds about doable. I'll just add this as like a hidden thing in my free move. It doesn't even need to be like a separate hand move. This will just happen dynamically when you're using free move.
Primateer. I have not played Primateer. We might have some inspiration here. Hold on. Oh. Highly flexible VR sandbox. Why haven't I heard about this?
Yo, blow it up, blow it up.
Oh yeah, my bad, Slime.
Whoa.
It's gas. It's PC VR.
What?
This is fire.
What?
This is exactly what we need. This amount of physics and this amount of like dynamic shit.
PC VR. just letting you know.
Oh, yeah, you see a little snap?
You didn't snap.
Yeah, it did.
Placed it perfectly.
Nah, bro, it snaps. Bro.
Guns.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah, this is gas.
In my dream.
Yeah.
In my fucking dream. This is what I picture our game to be.
Well, thank God there's another one. So, we got to do something different.
Primateer.
Yeah, it's PC VR, so it's I'm sure it's got its yeah, essentially it's kind of what we're saying, more or less, is that like a lot of these systems are actually quite simple when you think about them, and it is all sort of like versions of sort of what we're talking about. This is cool. Like, you see that, KT?
Mm-hmm.
Like that just. See, that was what I thought originally the edit system was that it was like you would just drag something onto it and then it would snap, and then that would be like our attached system without any like welding.
I mean, it's not too late.
We could still enforce that. Again, that would just mean there aren't any there's no like intersection allowed necessarily. And it would be difficult for complex shapes, right? This is a world of flat surfaces, Everything is flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is actually quite similar. So this is essentially what we're talking about. So in this world, he places it in perfectly, and then it snaps to perfectly aligned, right?
What if we just allow intersection but do the same thing? You just stick it into like another object and let go and kind of get stuck in there.
I mean, that's fine. Like, I'm fine for allowing intersection. It's just for these construction things specifically, I think, that I'm concerned with. That's dope. That's what I want. Yeah. I want one player to do that at least. Oh, here we go. Real time. Yes, essentially. This is what we're essentially talking about, kind of. Except not this high definition, because what this requires you to do is this actually requires you. No, this is very intelligent. This requires you to make to use box colliders specifically, which we could do. Like, that is a way to do it. You use box colliders to get a slightly higher resolution for these sort of shapes. And then that's what you like are actually comparing and snapping to each other. I think it's more work on the asset front. You have to be like on your shit a lot more. I don't know. We gotta think about it. Hours, thoughts. You could get it wrong. When you have like really complex shapes, it becomes slightly more difficult. You have a budget of colliders, so performance is an issue as well. Yeah, this is a very intuitive way, and actually, like, this is kind of how we sort of currently do things. So we do have a system for this already. It's more primitive, but we essentially do it this way. So you're not far off at all. Well, this is fire though. This was released 2025, May 1st. I'm gonna save this. Okay. All right. Well, let's put a pin in that conversation for a second. We just need to go back to this code review because I do need to finish this. So the second half, I want to go through a bunch of things with you guys. I've marked a bunch of shit as to be removed, and I want to make sure that I can comfortably delete that stuff, because then I'm going to delete it. I'm going to delete anything that causes like, essentially like compiler errors, and then there will be stuff that is broken, and your job is to like fill that stuff in. All right. All right. Starting with the Dynamics Customization Manager, from my understanding, we are getting rid of the like all colliders thing, where we like build the map of colliders on the physics object. If we're comfortable with that, then I can delete it. However, just based on the conversation that we've just had, if we're considering that we're going to parent everything, right? Everything will be parented to everything. Which is intense, but potentially necessary. So if everything can be parented to everything, would the snapping system benefit from just using all the colliders that all the objects have? Or should we keep it to the bounding boxes thing?
What
like,
the snap?
Yeah, like should we still keep like a hash map essentially of all of the all of like the game objects that are parented and all the colliders that exist on this like hierarchy to be referenced?
We should.
We shouldn't.
We should.
Okay.
At least on the vehicle, because.
But yeah, it's versus basically whatever prop you're editing, kind of just checking its own surroundings. The reason why we had this was because we wanted to move you to like the nearest thing if you like let go, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if we want that anymore. I don't think we need it.
Right. So say, all right, the scenario where you have the vehicle and you attach a prop to the vehicle, and then you want to build another prop onto the prop.
Mm-hmm.
So sort of like that stacked together
Mm-hmm.
scenario. In that case, do we still need this?
Well, in that event, right, if I'm just doing it purely based off of a collision event, the other collider I can read, but the root game object that collider is attached to will now be the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
So I would need to differentiate that. I would need to you make sure the collider that I know that collider is this game object. It's like this child. Which I think we could do just by collider.gameObject, assuming that the collider is always on the root. But collider.getComponent and parent or something like that won't work.
So when you move sort of like the middle prop, the last prop sort of just follows the middle prop, right? Because now that the last prop is attached to the second prop.
Yeah, that's the chain of command, I guess, if we're parenting everything.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we don't need to know every collider anymore.
But I'm glad you brought that up, KT. So right now we parent to, we have like an attachment point thing. So we're gonna have an attachment point on every prop, which is fine. All right. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna take that out. All right. So next, we don't. I know we don't need these hard references. We do not need the physics scene. So the reason why we had the physics scene is because we were doing ray casting in this manager. So we don't need that because we should be outsourcing that. We do not need the stats calculation, right? Like this is all going.
Yes.
All right. That's going. All right. We do not need the attachment data manager. We don't need the physics scene and on enable. We don't need the AI bot configure bullshit for sure.
Fuck that.
Kill that in a fire. We do not need stats logic in the on real-time model replaced. We do not need the stats logic in any of the initializing for the UI or any of that kind of stuff. We do not need update model stats. Yes, our remote parenting. We need this. We need this. We need this. All right. Yes, we don't need this. This is old collider stuff. We have attachment logic. We don't need that. This is all old. We don't need this either. This was old when we were fucking. Let me just fucking make sure. Don't need that. Stats logic. We don't need that. Yeah. Chassis swap logic. We don't need that. Don't need the summary. Okay. I love that. Fire. Okay. So, I'm gonna save that, and then going into. I didn't have anything with that. Prop info. So we don't need the object type. So we don't need this, right? We don't need, because this is now handled by the scriptable object. Right, Akon? Or did you delete that?
No, I didn't delete anything from the scriptable object.
Or yeah, but are you? My bad. You're planning on changing that, the type, because that's in the scriptable object now, right? The prop type. All right, cool.
Yeah, but that's going to be for like construction or dynamic or.
Right. Yeah. All right, fire. Okay, so we can remove that. Scaling limits. So if we're not even scaling shit, it doesn't even matter.
Correct.
All right. We don't have object type. We don't have. Fuck. Object ID. All right. Fire. Okay. Okay, sick. All right, so I gotta clean up some bullshit here a little bit. I'm just gonna comment stuff out. For now, but KT, you're probably gonna need to go in and like delete this.
Yeah.
But I know you're tearing this thing up anyway, so that's why I feel comfortable with it. Oh, yeah, love that. So. All right. Affected scripts. All right, so going back to version control here. Okay. Okay. All right, our first inaugural push to main/development. All right, so just as everybody's appraised, I basically took out all those things we were talking about in the scripts. So all those unnecessary variables, fields, etc. deleted them. So there were some obviously affected scripts because of that, because a lot of things referenced that previous scripts. So edit hand mode, challenge part tracker, part auto fallback, vehicle health controller, vehicle health HUD, vehicle stats UI, car HUD, and customization array all had comments. So I commented out sections of or elements of those scripts to make sure to just satisfy compiling. So for any of those that are in your realm, so KT, for instance, edit hand mode and customization array, you'll just need to pay attention. And, obviously you're reworking those anyways, but just expect those things not to work as intended. Yep. Anything challenge part tracker is probably the only one I am concerned with long term, because that is also, I think, how we're going to do maybe some of the live ops stuff, but that is a conversation for me and Abina, so he will probably handle that. And it's a later thing anyway, so it could be reworked. Part auto fallback was the previous customization system. I'm happy just leaving that somewhat deprecated. Vehicle health controller, same. I think starting fresh for that is going to be fine. Vehicle health HUD, same, starting fresh. Vehicle stats UI, unnecessary. Car HUD, also starting fresh. Yeah, so I think we're good. I think also just a piece of advice: don't be afraid to start fresh on something. We don't have to refactor everything. So if it's easier just to start over, start over.
Yes.
And there is definitely going to be one or two things that I'm going to start over. Like I'm going to probably start over with some of the stuff in local player, like hardware rig. That thing's a mess. So I'm going to delete a lot of stuff, and with the whole health and death thing, basically, there's a lot of things that are going to be started new. All right. I think that's it. Do we have anything else we want to talk about with the build system? Because I know we kind of put a pin in that conversation while we were dealing with this thing. The merge.
Yeah. So that snapping thing.
Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna try to do it last. Like, add it in if we got time. Like the perfect snapping.
I don't mind that.
Technically, everything that we discussed we can do with the current system. It's just a little long. It takes a little longer than snapping.
Okay. All right. So what we're satisfied with MVP, which I'm all for, by the way. Like, we got to get this shit done, right? We need forward progress. The current rule set at a bare minimum is that I pick up an object, I can move that object. When that object touches another object, the game lets me know that it does by some sort of like highlight or something like that. And then if I want to weld those two objects together, I hit the trigger, the objects are now joined. And things have to be touching to be joined.
Yes.
Okay. But we are allowing people to join any two things together, and we will reparent everything.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So there's going to be one get component and parent retraces all the way to the root, right?
Get component, yes.
Yeah, I think get component and parent and get component and children walk up and down the hierarchy.
All right, so we're probably gonna need two managers then. We're gonna have a dynamic customization manager and a static customization manager. The only reason for that is because I think it's easier to well, we could have one and then just a type. That could be easier too, but basically, if I attach myself to an object that's attached to a vehicle, I need to make sure that I can detect if there's a vehicle all the way at the end of the chain. Or a dynamic thing at the end of the chain, so that I can still act on the physics. Okay, cool. I'm satisfied with that. So just going back into linear real quick. I'm gonna move rework vehicle customization manager back into progress. Because I need to fix. Well, I need to standardize it. And for all these other things. But that'll be quick. I can have that done by tomorrow. Part SO into prop SO I think is fine. We're moving that into QA. Prop info with prop manager, that's fine into QA. It's not going to change. Create prop info component is fine going into QA. The build mode controller currently is not going to really work. But KT, if you do want me to wait, so you can enter and exit build mode, right?
Yeah, with a button.
Okay. Well, I will swap to your branch at some point. Just make a change set of whatever your current shit is, if that's what I currently merged from you.
Or just keep it in review, because it's connected with a lot of other shit that I'm working on right now. Might as well QA everything together.
All right, that's fine. Okay then. So
from you.
Can you?
I mean,
yeah, if you want to.
Yeah, I'll probably need some of the prop changes, so I might as well merge from you and fix all the problems that there is.
Yeah, that's fine. If you want to do that. Yeah, you probably should. So it's safe to merge from me now. Okay. All right, so Akan, you still need to do a lot of that work on inventory, which is fine. All right, so Nikita and I will talk about the paper review that we did tomorrow. I think we're still on track. Just thinking about like where we're at here, especially with some delays that like Abina, and he's fine. I'm sure he's gonna have a lot of his shit done by tomorrow anyway. So I think we're on track. This week to next week is gonna be very important. We need to consolidate. So we're gonna need to make sure that the rework from part SO to prop SO is completely crystallized. My manager stuff is completely crystallized. Because what we should be doing is we should have a scene where like you come in, you pick up, you attach some shit, basically. At a bare minimum. That is like our current scope. So as long as we feel comfortable that we're gonna hit that scope just based on the current issues, then that's fine. Again, just picking up and moving shit. We're not talking about all the bells and whistles and spawning. It's just being able to attach something. So we could have a bunch of in-scene real-time objects. And then attach those things. Okay. Well, I think that concludes our code review. And yeah.
Sounds good.
All right.
Okay, well, sick. All right. Okay, I will be right back, but I'm just gonna get some water.
All right. Yeah, see you later.
ゆっくり休もう。
Okay, Khan, real quick. Are you there? You might not be.
nothing you can't do in this game. It starts off by giving you simple instructions how to make basically an axe. Eventually, you're going to start building helicopters and airplanes. Is that it endless? This world is endless. You will not come to an end. Build airplanes and helicopters, and that's the fun. That's where the fun becomes. It's just figuring this stuff out on your own. Now there is a button on the side on your right controller on the top, which is the E button. If you push and then you aim at stuff, it tells you what they are and it tells you stuff that it can do. So in a way, that's your just check out and head out. Oh no, I need this. Oh yeah. It's so cool, and I'm low to the ground because I'm sitting down, guys.
schedule more so than
But I want to get to the shed. The shed is right there. Can I just vault?
All right, folks. Holy shit. I'm gonna first end. It's good to be back. And I will see you later. Thank you again. See you tomorrow.